There are forces in human psychology that defy rational explanation. Entire communities that suddenly turn against their own neighbors based on nothing more than whispered accusations. Millions of people who flee their homes in terror from threats that exist only in their imagination. Tonight we're diving deep into the darkest corners of human crowd psychology. Before we begin, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to follow along with these stories. They're there to enhance the experience, but you can easily keep up through audio alone. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even drift off to sleep to these unsettling tales of collective madness. And if you'd like to support me in creating more content like this, consider subscribing to the channel. In the winter of 1691, something dark began stirring in the small Puritan village of Salem, Massachusetts. What started as strange behavior from a handful of young girls would spiral into one of the most infamous cases of mass hysteria in human history. Before it was over, 20 people would be dead, hundreds more accused, and an entire community would be torn apart by fear, suspicion, and collective madness. But how does an entire town lose its grip on reality? How do neighbors turn against neighbors, friends against friends, all based on nothing more than whispered accusations and fevered imaginations? The Salem witch trials weren't just about witchcraft, they were about something far more terrifying: the power of mass hysteria to consume rational thought and destroy lives. The story begins in the household of Reverend Samuel Parris, the village minister. His 9-year-old daughter Betty and his 11-year-old niece Abigail Williams had been spending their winter evenings with Tituba, Parris's enslaved woman from Barbados. Tituba would tell them stories, perhaps of magic and folklore from her homeland, and the girls became fascinated by the forbidden world of fortune-telling and divination. In a strict Puritan society where any deviation from religious orthodoxy was seen as the devil's work, these activities were not just frowned upon, they were considered dangerous flirtations with evil. The girls knew they were treading on forbidden ground, and that knowledge would soon manifest in ways no one could have predicted. In January of 1692, Betty Parris began exhibiting strange behavior. She would fall into fits, contorting her body in unnatural ways, making bizarre noises, and complaining of being pinched and bitten by invisible forces. Soon, Abigail Williams began showing similar symptoms. The girls would crawl under furniture, speak in tongues, and cry out in apparent agony. The village doctor, William Griggs, examined the girls but could find no physical cause for their afflictions. In a time when medical knowledge was limited and superstition ran deep, Dr. Griggs reached what seemed like the only logical conclusion: the girls were under the influence of witchcraft. With those words, he lit the fuse that would explode into one of history's most devastating cases of mass hysteria. Word of the bewitched girls spread quickly through Salem village. In a community already riven by social tensions, economic disputes, and religious fervor, the idea that Satan had come to their very doorstep struck terror into the hearts of the villagers. But fear, as it often does, demanded answers and someone to blame. Under intense pressure from adults desperate to understand what was happening, the girls began naming their tormentors. Their first accusations fell on 3 women who were already on the margins of Salem society: Tituba herself, Sarah Good, a homeless beggar, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who had been involved in a scandalous marriage and rarely attended church. These weren't random choices. In the grip of mass hysteria, communities often target those who are already viewed as outsiders or different. The 3 women represented everything the Puritan community feared and distrusted: the foreign, the poor, and the morally suspect. By accusing them, the girls were giving voice to the community's existing prejudices and fears. But mass hysteria has a way of feeding on itself, growing stronger with each new accusation, each new victim. What started with 3 women would soon engulf dozens more, and the criteria for accusal would become increasingly arbitrary and terrifying. The preliminary hearings began in March 1692, and they revealed the true power of collective delusion. When Tituba was questioned, she didn't deny the charges. Instead, she confessed to being a witch and claimed that she and the other accused women were part of a larger conspiracy of witches plotting against Salem. Her confession, likely extracted under duress and the promise of leniency, validated every fear the community harbored. But Tituba didn't stop there. She spun elaborate tales of flying through the air with other witches, of meeting with the devil himself, and of a vast network of Satan's servants operating in secret throughout the region. Her testimony was exactly what the terrified villagers wanted to hear: confirmation that their worst fears were real. Meanwhile, the circle of afflicted girls was growing. Ann Putnam Jr., Mary Walcott, Mercy Lewis, and others began exhibiting the same symptoms as Betty Paris and Abigail Williams. Some were likely genuinely experiencing psychological distress, caught up in the contagious nature of mass hysteria. Others may have recognized the power and attention their accusations brought them. In a society where young women had little voice or agency, suddenly these girls found themselves at the center of attention, their words capable of determining life and death. Ministers, magistrates, and entire crowds hung on their every gesture, their every cry of pain or accusation of supernatural assault. For perhaps the first time in their lives, they wielded real power. The trials that followed were a mockery of justice, driven by fear rather than evidence. The court accepted what was called spectral evidence testimony, that the accused person's spirit or specter had appeared to the witness and caused them harm. This meant that accusers could claim they had been attacked by someone's ghost or spirit, even if that person had been physically present elsewhere at the time. The logic was circular and inescapable. If you denied being a witch, it proved you were lying and therefore guilty. If you confessed, you were obviously guilty. If strange things happened around you, it was evidence of your supernatural powers. If nothing strange happened, it proved you were hiding your abilities. There was no way to prove innocence in a system designed to find guilt. Hysteria reached its peak during the hot summer months of 1692. Accusations flew with terrifying speed and randomness. Martha Corey, a pious church member who had dared to express skepticism about the witch trials, found herself accused. John Proctor, a local farmer who had criticized the proceedings, was arrested along with his wife Elizabeth. Even 4-year-old Dorothy Good, daughter of the accused Sarah Good, was imprisoned when the afflicted girls claimed her spirit had bitten them. The demographic pattern of accusations reveals much about the social dynamics underlying the hysteria. Many of the accused were women over 40, often widows or spinsters who owned property or challenged traditional gender roles. The accusers were primarily young, unmarried women from families of lower social status. The trials became a way for the powerless to strike at those who represented independence or authority. Economic tensions also played a crucial role. Salem Village was divided between those who supported the village's independence from Salem town and those who opposed it. Many of the accused came from families that sided with Salem town, while many of the accusers' families supported village independence. What appeared to be a supernatural crisis was also a very human conflict over power, land, and social standing. As the summer wore on, the death toll mounted. Bridget Bishop was the first to be executed, hanged on June 10, 1692. 5 more followed on July 19th. Sarah Good, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, Rebecca Nurse, and Sarah Wilds. August 19th saw the execution of 5 more, including John Proctor and Martha Carrier. The most horrific death was that of Giles Corey, an 80-year-old farmer who refused to enter a plea. Under English law, those who would not plead could not be tried, but they could be subjected to peine forte et dure pressing with heavy stones until they agreed to plead or died. Corey endured 2 days of torture, heavy stones placed on his chest one by one, but he never spoke except to demand more weight. He died without giving his tormentors the satisfaction of a plea, becoming a folk hero, whose defiance would be remembered long after the hysteria faded. By September, the accusations had grown so wild and far-reaching that they began to threaten the very foundations of Massachusetts society. The afflicted girls accused Lady Mary Phipps, wife of the governor, and other prominent figures. They claimed that hundreds of witches were gathering for a massive assault on Salem, that the devil himself was recruiting an army of the damned. But mass hysteria, like wildfire, eventually runs out of fuel. The turning point came when the girls began accusing people whose innocence was beyond question, respected ministers, government officials, and members of prominent families. When Increase Mather and other leading Puritan ministers began to question the reliability of spectral evidence, the foundation of the trials crumbled. In October 1692, Governor William Phipps dissolved the special court of Oyer and Terminer that had been conducting the witch trials. A new superior court was established with stricter standards of evidence. Most of those still awaiting trial were acquitted or had their charges dropped. By May 1693, the last of the accused had been pardoned. The aftermath was devastating. 20 people had been executed, 5 more had died in prison, and hundreds had been accused and imprisoned. Families were destroyed, friendships shattered, and an entire community left to grapple with the horror of what they had done to themselves. In 1711, the Massachusetts General Court declared the trials unlawful and authorized restitution payments to the families of those who had been executed or imprisoned. Some of the afflicted girls later recanted their testimony, claiming they had been deluded or pressured into making false accusations. Ann Putnam Jr. publicly apologized in 1706, stating that she had been deluded by Satan into making false accusations. But the question remains, how did it happen? How did an entire community fall victim to mass hysteria so complete that it led them to execute their own neighbors? Historians and psychologists have proposed numerous explanations. Some point to ergot poisoning. Ergot is a fungus that can grow on rye grain and cause hallucinations, convulsions, and other symptoms similar to those exhibited by the afflicted girls. If contaminated grain had been consumed in Salem, it could have triggered genuine physical symptoms that were then interpreted as supernatural. Others emphasize the psychological factors that made Salem vulnerable to mass hysteria. The community was under tremendous stress from ongoing conflicts with Native Americans, economic hardship, and bitter internal divisions. The rigid Puritan belief system created an atmosphere where supernatural explanations for misfortune were not just accepted, but expected. The role of suggestion and social contagion cannot be underestimated. Once the first girls began exhibiting strange behavior, others may have unconsciously mimicked these symptoms, genuinely believing themselves to be afflicted. The intense attention and status that came with being an accuser may have motivated others to join in, either consciously or unconsciously. The social dynamics of the community also played a crucial role. Salem Village was a hierarchical society where questioning authority was discouraged, but the witch trials temporarily inverted that hierarchy. Young women, normally at the bottom of the social order, suddenly found themselves with the power to destroy the lives of their social superiors. Modern research into mass hysteria reveals patterns that match what happened in Salem remarkably closely. Mass psychogenic illness, as it's now called, typically begins with one or a few people exhibiting symptoms, often in a high-stress environment. The symptoms then spread to others through suggestion and social modeling, creating a feedback loop that reinforces and amplifies the hysteria. The symptoms are real, the people experiencing them are not faking, but they have psychological rather than physical causes. The mind's power to create physical symptoms is well documented, especially in suggestible individuals under stress. When those symptoms are interpreted through a particular cultural lens, in Salem's case, supernatural affliction, the result can be devastating. The Salem witch trials also demonstrate how mass hysteria can be weaponized by those seeking power or revenge. While some of the accusers may have genuinely believed they were afflicted, others clearly used the hysteria to settle old scores or advance their own interests. The ability to destroy enemies simply by pointing and screaming made the witch trials an irresistible tool for those with grievances. What's perhaps most chilling about Salem is how rational people, intelligent, educated individuals became complicit in the madness. Ministers who should have provided calm guidance instead fanned the flames with sermons about Satan's assault on their community. Magistrates who should have demanded evidence instead accepted spectral testimony as proof of guilt. The very institutions that should have protected the innocent became instruments of persecution. The Salem witch trials serve as a powerful reminder of how quickly civilization's thin veneer can crack under pressure. They show us how fear, superstition, and social tensions can combine to create a perfect storm of mass hysteria that consumes rational thought and moral judgment. In many ways, Salem was a preview of horrors to come. The same dynamics that drove the witch trials would reappear throughout history in different forms. The Red Scares of the 20th century, Nazi persecution of the Jews, McCarthyism, and countless other episodes where fear overrode reason and communities turned against their own members. The girls who started it all faded into history, their later lives largely unrecorded. Some married and lived quiet lives, carrying the weight of what they had done or what had been done through them. Others disappeared from the historical record entirely, leaving us to wonder if they ever truly understood the magnitude of what they had unleashed. Salem Village itself eventually changed its name to Danvers, perhaps seeking to escape the shadow of those terrible months in 1692. But the memory of the witch trials lives on, a cautionary tale about the dangers of mass hysteria and the fragility of justice when fear rules the day. The trials remind us that mass hysteria is not a relic of the past but a persistent danger in any society. The same psychological mechanisms that drove the Salem witch trials, mass suggestion, social contagion, the scapegoating of outsiders, and the amplification of fear continue to operate in modern times. The forms may change, but the underlying human dynamics remain the same. As we look back on Salem, we see not just a historical curiosity, but a mirror reflecting our own vulnerabilities. In an age of social media and instant communication, the potential for mass hysteria to spread has only increased. The speed at which fear and misinformation can travel means that modern Salem-style panics could unfold in hours rather than months. The witch trials force us to confront uncomfortable questions about human nature and society. How easily do we abandon reason when afraid? How quickly do we turn on those who are different or vulnerable? How thin is the line between civilization and chaos? Perhaps most disturbing of all, the Salem witch trials show us that mass hysteria doesn't require ignorance or primitive conditions to flourish. It can take root in any community, among any people, when the right combination of stress, fear, and social dynamics align. The educated citizens of Salem were no less susceptible to collective delusion than any other group would be. The legacy of Salem is complex. On one hand, it stands as a warning about the dangers of mass hysteria and the importance of due process and rational thinking in the face of fear. On the other hand, it reminds us of our shared humanity, our capacity for both great evil and great good, our vulnerability to fear, and our need for wisdom and compassion in times of crisis. The 20 people who died in Salem were not martyrs to any cause. They were victims of a collective madness that consumed their community like a plague. Their deaths serve as a stark reminder of what happens when society loses its moral compass and allows fear to guide its actions. But from their tragedy, we can learn. We can understand the warning signs of mass hysteria and work to build institutions and communities that are more resistant to its spread. We can cultivate critical thinking, empathy, and respect for evidence. We can remember that in times of crisis, our humanity is not measured by how quickly we find someone to blame, but by how carefully we protect the innocent and preserve justice. The Salem witch trials ended more than 3 centuries ago, but their lessons remain as relevant as ever. In a world still prone to moral panics, conspiracy theories, and the scapegoating of vulnerable groups, Salem stands as both a warning and a guide, reminding us of our capacity for both delusion and wisdom, and challenging us to choose the latter. On the evening of October 30th, 1938, as families across America settled in for their usual Sunday night radio entertainment, something extraordinary happened that would forever change how we understand the power of media and the fragility of public perception. What began as a creative radio adaptation of H.G. Wells' science fiction novel, The War of the Worlds, became one of the most famous examples of mass panic in the 20th century, demonstrating how quickly fear can spread through a population when reality and fiction blur beyond recognition. The man responsible for this chaos was Orson Welles, a 23-year-old actor and director who had no idea that his innovative radio drama would terrify millions of Americans and create a nationwide panic that would be studied by psychologists and sociologists for decades to come. But how did a radio show about Martians invading Earth convince so many people that the end of the world was actually happening? The story begins with the Mercury Theater on the Air, a radio drama series that aired on the Columbia Broadcasting System. The show was known for its ambitious literary adaptations and experimental approach to radio drama. Orson Welles, already gaining recognition for his theatrical work, was the series' star and primary creative force. He was constantly looking for ways to push the boundaries of radio as a medium, to explore its unique power to create vivid mental images and emotional responses in listeners. When Welles and his team decided to adapt The War of the Worlds for their Halloween broadcast, they faced a challenge. H.G. Wells' original novel, published in 1898, was told from the perspective of a single narrator reflecting on past events. For radio drama, this approach would be static and boring. Welles needed something more immediate, more visceral. The solution was brilliant and, as it turned out, terrifyingly effective. Instead of presenting the story as a traditional drama, Welles and his collaborator Howard Koch decided to structure it as a series of news bulletins interrupting regular programming. The broadcast would begin with what appeared to be an ordinary evening of music from a dance orchestra, only to have that programming interrupted by increasingly urgent news reports about strange explosions on Mars, mysterious objects landing in New Jersey, and ultimately, a full-scale invasion by hostile Martians. This format wasn't entirely new. Fake news broadcasts had been used in radio drama before, but never with such meticulous attention to detail and realistic presentation. Welles and his team studied actual news broadcasts, copying their style, packing, and terminology. They created fictional but believable-sounding experts, government officials, and on-scene reporters. They even included the kind of technical difficulties and communication breakdowns that would naturally occur during a real crisis. The first half of the broadcast was almost entirely in this mock news format, with only brief returns to the dance music that was supposedly being interrupted. Listeners heard what sounded like legitimate news reports about astronomers observing explosions on Mars, then about a strange meteor crash in Grover's Mill, New Jersey. As the fictional reporters investigated the crash site, the situation grew increasingly ominous. What made the broadcast so convincing was its gradual escalation and attention to realistic detail. The initial reports were calm, and scientific astronomers had observed unusual activity on Mars, nothing to worry about. Then came news of a meteor impact in New Jersey, still presented as a curious but not alarming event. It was only when the fictional reporter at the scene described the object opening and horrible creatures emerging that the true horror began to unfold. The fictitious reporter, played by actor Frank Riddick, delivered a performance that was chillingly realistic. As he described the Martians emerging from their craft, his voice conveyed genuine terror and confusion. When the Martians began attacking with their heat ray weapon, Riddick's character died on the air, his transmission cutting off in mid-sentence. The realism was so complete that many listeners believed they were hearing an actual reporter's final moments. But why did so many people believe what they were hearing? The answer lies in a perfect storm of social, technological, and psychological factors that made America in 1938 uniquely vulnerable to this kind of media-induced panic. First, radio was still a relatively new and powerful medium. By 1938, radio had become America's primary source of news and entertainment, but people were still learning to navigate its possibilities and limitations. Unlike newspapers, which clearly distinguished between news and fiction, radio blended different types of content throughout the day. A listener might hear news, music, drama, and advertisements in rapid succession, sometimes without clear transitions. More importantly, Americans had recently experienced the power of radio to deliver shocking, real-time news. The previous year, radio listeners had heard live coverage of the Hindenburg disaster, complete with Herbert Morrison's emotional breakdown as he described the airship's destruction. Earlier in 1938, the Munich crisis had unfolded over the radio, with Americans listening to live broadcasts from Europe as war seemed imminent. Radio had proven itself as the medium that brought urgent, life-changing news directly into American homes. The international situation in October 1938 also contributed to the panic. Europe was on the brink of war, and many Americans were anxious about the possibility of being drawn into another global conflict. The Munich Agreement had been signed just a month earlier, temporarily averting war, but leaving everyone feeling that peace was fragile and temporary. In this atmosphere of international tension, news of an invasion, even an alien invasion, seemed plausible. The timing of the broadcast was also crucial. The War of the Worlds aired at 8 o'clock on Sunday evening, a time when many families were gathered around their radios. More significantly, it aired opposite the extremely popular Chase and Sanborn Hour, featuring ventriloquist Edgar Bergen and his dummy Charlie McCarthy. When the comedy show went to a musical interlude about 12 minutes into the broadcast, many listeners switched stations and encountered Welles' Martian invasion drama already in progress. These late arrivals missed the opening announcement that identified the program as a fictional drama. The psychological factors that contributed to the panic are perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the whole episode. Mass hysteria, as we've seen in other historical examples, often occurs when a population is already under stress and encounters information that seems to confirm their worst fears. Americans in 1938 were dealing with the lingering effects of the Great Depression, anxiety about the international situation, and a general sense that the world was becoming increasingly dangerous and unpredictable. The broadcast also tapped into deep-seated fears about technology and modernization. The 1930s had seen rapid technological advancement. Airships, automobiles, radios, and early television were changing daily life at an unprecedented pace. For many people, particularly older Americans, these changes were disorienting and sometimes frightening. The idea that technology could also bring destruction from the sky didn't seem impossible. Social psychology tells us that people are more likely to believe alarming information when they're already anxious, and when that information comes from a trusted source. Radio, by 1938, had established itself as a trusted source of news. When people heard what sounded like legitimate news bulletins about an invasion, many accepted the information without question, especially if they were already predisposed to expect bad news. The reaction to the broadcast varied significantly across different regions and demographic groups. The panic was most intense in New Jersey, near the fictional landing site of the Martians. Police stations in the area received hundreds of calls from frightened residents asking for evacuation instructions or reporting that they could see the glow of fires from the Martian attacks. Some people packed their cars and fled their homes, heading for what they hoped would be safety in other states. In New York City, people were seen running through the streets, and some reportedly gathered in churches to pray for salvation. Phone lines were jammed as frightened listeners tried to call friends and family to warn them or seek information. The panic wasn't limited to uneducated or unsophisticated people. College students, professionals, and even some police officers and reporters were initially taken in by the broadcast. However, it's important to note that the scale of the panic may have been exaggerated in later retellings. While thousands of people were certainly frightened or confused by the broadcast, surveys conducted shortly after the event suggested that most listeners recognized it as fiction. The most dramatic reactions came from a relatively small number of people, but their stories were so compelling that they dominated news coverage and public memory of the event. The panic wasn't universal or uniform. Many listeners enjoyed the broadcast as entertainment, recognizing it as a clever and innovative piece of radio drama. Others were skeptical from the beginning, noticing inconsistencies in the fictional news reports or recognizing the voices of known actors. The people most likely to panic were those who tuned in late, missing the opening announcement, and those who were already anxious about world events. The aftermath of the broadcast was immediate and intense. As soon as CBS realized what was happening, they interrupted the show to remind listeners that they were hearing a fictional drama. The next day, newspapers across the country ran headlines about the panic, often exaggerating its scope for dramatic effect. Radio listeners in panic, taking war drama as fact, announced the New York Times. Radio war terrorizes U.S., proclaimed the New York Daily News. Orson Welles found himself at the center of a media firestorm. Some critics accused him of deliberately trying to deceive the public, while others praised his innovative approach to radio drama. Welles himself seemed genuinely surprised by the reaction, insisting that the broadcast was clearly identified as fiction and that he never intended to deceive anyone. At a press conference the day after the broadcast, a visibly shaken Welles apologized for any distress the show had caused. The Federal Communications Commission launched an investigation into the broadcast, considering whether CBS should face penalties for the panic it had caused. Ultimately, no formal action was taken, but the incident led to new guidelines for radio programming. Networks were advised to be more careful about using news bulletin formats in fictional programs and to include more frequent reminders that dramatic programs were not real. The psychological impact of the broadcast extended far beyond the immediate panic. The incident became a case study in mass communication and social psychology, analyzed by researchers trying to understand how media messages are received and interpreted by the public. Princeton University psychologist Hadley Cantrell conducted extensive interviews with people who had been affected by the broadcast, publishing his findings in the influential book, The Invasion from Mars, a study in the psychology of panic. Cantrell's research revealed several factors that made people more susceptible to believing the broadcast was real. Religious individuals were more likely to interpret the Martian invasion in apocalyptic terms, seeing it as a sign of the end times. People with less education were more likely to accept the broadcast at face value, lacking the critical thinking skills to question what they were hearing. Those who were already anxious about personal or world events were more likely to see the invasion as confirmation of their fears. Interestingly, Cantrell also found that some people who initially believed the broadcast was real quickly recovered their composure once they began thinking critically about what they had heard. They realized that the events described were happening too quickly to be believable, or they noticed that the news reports didn't match the format of actual news broadcasts they were familiar with. The War of the Worlds broadcast became a landmark in understanding the power of mass media to shape public perception and behavior. It demonstrated that radio could not only inform and entertain, but also mislead and panic. The incident contributed to growing awareness of media literacy, the need for audiences to critically evaluate the information they receive through mass communication channels. The broadcast also highlighted the role of social networks in spreading panic. Many of the people who believed Martians were invading hadn't heard the entire broadcast themselves. Instead, they had received panicked phone calls from friends or family members who had heard it. These second-hand reports often distorted the original message, making it sound even more alarming and realistic. The panic spread through social networks faster than accurate information could correct it. The legacy of the War of the Worlds broadcast extends far beyond its immediate impact. It established Orson Welles as a major figure in American media and helped launch his legendary career in film and theater. More broadly, it marked a turning point in how Americans thought about media and its power to influence public opinion and behavior. The incident also had international implications. In the years following the broadcast, similar adaptations of the War of the Worlds were produced in other countries, sometimes with similar results. In 1944, a radio adaptation in Santiago, Chile, caused panic among listeners who believed the capital city was under attack. In 1949, a version broadcast in Quito, Ecuador, led to riots when angry listeners, discovering they had been deceived, attacked the radio station. These international incidents suggested that the psychological factors that contributed to the American panic were not unique to American society. The combination of new media technology, social anxiety, and realistic presentation could create similar effects in different cultural contexts. The War of the Worlds phenomenon became a global cautionary tale about the power and responsibility of mass media. During World War II, the 1938 broadcast took on new significance as governments on all sides used radio for propaganda purposes. The Nazi regime in Germany, in particular, became expert at using radio to spread fear and hatred. American officials studying Nazi propaganda techniques often referenced the War of the Worlds incident as an example of how radio could be used to manipulate public opinion. The Cold War era brought renewed interest in the psychological aspects of the broadcast. As fears of nuclear war and communist infiltration gripped America, researchers studied the 1938 panic to understand how populations might react to news of actual attacks or invasions. The broadcast became a case study in civil defense planning, with officials trying to predict and prevent panic in the event of real emergencies. In the decades since the broadcast, scholars have debated whether the panic was as widespread as initially reported. Some researchers argue that contemporary news coverage exaggerated the number of people who were actually deceived, suggesting that the panic became a media myth that grew with each retelling. Others maintain that while the panic may not have been universal, it was still significant enough to warrant serious study and concern. What's not debatable is the broadcast's impact on media history and our understanding of mass communication. The War of the Worlds incident demonstrated that audiences don't passively receive media messages. Instead, they interpret and respond to those messages based on their own experiences, beliefs, and social contexts. This insight helped lay the groundwork for modern media studies and communication theory. The broadcast also highlighted the importance of media literacy and critical thinking skills. In an age of increasingly sophisticated media technology, the ability to evaluate and question information sources became more crucial than ever. The people who were deceived by the War of the Worlds broadcast were not stupid or gullible. They were simply unprepared for media that could so convincingly blur the line between fiction and reality. The technical innovations introduced in the War of the Worlds broadcast influenced radio drama for years to come. The use of simulated news bulletins, multiple voices and perspectives, and realistic sound effects became standard techniques in radio programming. The broadcast showed that radio could be more than just a medium for speeches and music. It could create immersive, believable alternate realities. Perhaps most importantly, the War of the Worlds broadcast serves as an early warning about the potential for mass media to spread misinformation and create panic. In our current age of social media, 24-hour news cycles, and viral information sharing, the lessons of 1938 are more relevant than ever. The same psychological and social factors that made people believe Martians were invading in 1938 continue to make people susceptible to false information and conspiracy theories today. The broadcast reminds us that the line between reality and fiction in media is often thinner than we realize. When that line becomes blurred, whether through deliberate deception or accidental confusion, the results can be unpredictable and sometimes dangerous. The responsibility lies not only with media creators to be clear about the nature of their content, but also with audiences to maintain healthy skepticism and critical thinking skills. As we look back on that October evening in 1938, we see more than just a historical curiosity or an early example of media power. We see a reflection of our own vulnerabilities and a preview of challenges that would become even more pressing in the digital age. The War of the Worlds broadcast stands as both a landmark in media history and a cautionary tale about the eternal human susceptibility to fear, confusion, and the power of well-told stories to reshape our perception of reality. The young Orson Welles who stepped before the microphone that night had no way of knowing he was about to demonstrate one of the most important lessons about mass communication and human psychology. His innovative radio drama became an accidental experiment in mass psychology, revealing truths about media, society, and human nature that scholars are still studying today. In trying to entertain his audience with a story about fictional Martians, Welles ended up teaching the world very real lessons about the power of media and the fragility of collective rational thought. In the heart of East Africa, where the savannah stretches endlessly toward distant horizons, something extraordinary happened in 1962 that would challenge everything we thought we knew about human behavior and the mysterious power of the mind. It began as simply as laughter often does, with a few schoolgirls sharing a joke, but what followed would spread like wildfire across an entire region, leaving scientists, doctors, and authorities completely baffled. The Tanganyika Laughter Epidemic, as it came to be known, remains one of the most documented cases of collective hysteria in modern history. But what makes this event so fascinating isn't just its scale or duration. It's the way it reveals the hidden connections between our minds, the invisible threads that bind us together in ways we're only beginning to understand. Imagine, if you will, a quiet morning at the Kashasha Girls' School in Bukoba, Tanzania, which was then still part of Tanganyika. The date was January 30th, 1962. The sun was rising over Lake Victoria, casting its familiar golden glow across the school grounds. Students were settling into their morning routines, preparing for another day of lessons, when something unusual began to unfold. It started with just 3 girls. No one recorded their names, no one thought to document the exact moment it began, because at first it seemed like nothing more than ordinary schoolgirl laughter. Perhaps they were sharing a funny story, maybe giggling about a teacher's peculiar mannerisms, or laughing at some private joke that only they understood. But this laughter was different. It didn't stop. What began as innocent giggles soon transformed into something far more intense. The 3 girls found themselves caught in fits of uncontrollable laughter, their bodies shaking with the force of it, tears streaming down their faces as they gasped for breath between waves of hysteria. And then, something remarkable happened. The laughter began to spread. One by one, other students began to succumb to the same overwhelming urge to laugh. It moved through the school like an invisible wave, affecting students seemingly at random. Some would be sitting quietly in class when suddenly they would burst into uncontrollable laughter. Others would be walking down the hallway when the fits would overtake them. Within hours, dozens of students were affected, their laughter echoing through the corridors of the school. The teachers watched in growing alarm as more and more of their students fell victim to these strange laughing fits. This wasn't the joyful laughter of children at play. This was something else entirely, something that seemed to grip the students against their will, leaving them unable to stop, unable to control their own bodies. The laughter was accompanied by other symptoms that made it clear this was no ordinary case of the giggles. Students reported feeling dizzy and nauseous. Some complained of difficulty breathing, their laughter so intense that they struggled to catch their breath. Others experienced what they described as painful cramps in their stomachs and sides, the muscles aching from the constant contractions of prolonged laughter. Most disturbing of all, many of the affected students seemed to lose control of their bodily functions, unable to maintain their composure in the most basic ways. The episodes weren't brief either. Some students would laugh continuously for hours, their voices growing hoarse, their faces flushed red from the exertion. They would collapse from exhaustion, only to begin laughing again as soon as they caught their breath. The school's normal routine ground to a halt as teachers found themselves unable to conduct classes with half their students in the grip of these mysterious fits. As word spread through the local community, parents began arriving at the school, demanding to know what was happening to their children. Some suspected poisoning, others wondered if there had been some kind of gas leak or contamination. A few whispered about supernatural causes, wondering if some kind of spell or curse had been cast upon the school, but medical examinations revealed nothing unusual. The affected students were physically healthy, their blood tests normal, their vital signs stable even during the most intense laughing episodes. Local doctors were called in, but they found themselves as baffled as everyone else. The symptoms didn't match any known medical condition. The students weren't feverish, they showed no signs of infection or disease, and yet they were clearly suffering from something that was spreading rapidly through the school population. By February 18th, just 3 weeks after the initial outbreak, the situation had become so severe that the school authorities made a dramatic decision. They closed Kashasha Girls' School indefinitely, sending all the students home in the hope that separating them would break whatever mysterious connection was causing the laughter to spread. They couldn't have imagined that this decision would only make the situation worse. The students returned to their homes scattered across the region, but the laughter didn't stop. Instead, it began to spread beyond the confines of the school, moving into the broader community like ripples spreading across a pond. Villages that had been peaceful for generations suddenly found themselves dealing with residents who would burst into uncontrollable laughter at any moment. The pattern was always the same. It would begin with one person, usually someone who had been in contact with an affected student, who would suddenly begin laughing uncontrollably. Within days, others in the same household or neighborhood would begin showing the same symptoms. The laughter would spread through families, jumping from person to person with no regard for age, gender, or social status. In the village of Nshamba, 14 students from a local school became affected after coming into contact with some of the original Kashasha students. The local school was forced to close, as teachers found it impossible to maintain order with students collapsing in fits of laughter during lessons. The same pattern repeated itself in village after village, as the mysterious epidemic spread along the social networks that connected the communities. What made the situation even more perplexing was the seemingly random nature of who was affected and who wasn't. In some families, only one child would succumb to the laughter while their siblings remained completely unaffected. In others, entire households would be struck down, leaving neighbors to care for them during the worst episodes. There seemed to be no pattern, no way to predict who would be next. The epidemic reached its peak in the months following the school closure. Reports began flooding in from across the region of entire communities being disrupted by the spreading laughter. In some areas, so many people were affected that normal daily activities became impossible. Markets couldn't function properly when traders would suddenly burst into laughter. Religious services were interrupted when congregants would begin laughing uncontrollably during prayers. The local authorities found themselves facing a crisis unlike anything they had encountered before. This wasn't a disease they could quarantine, wasn't a problem they could solve with medicine or isolation. The laughter seemed to spread through the very fabric of social interaction, carried by some invisible force that defied all attempts at containment. Medical professionals from around the world began to take notice of the Tanganyika outbreak. Teams of doctors, psychiatrists, and researchers descended upon the region, hoping to understand what was causing this unprecedented phenomenon. They conducted extensive interviews with the affected individuals, performed countless medical tests, and observed the symptoms firsthand. But despite their best efforts, they found no medical explanation for what was happening. The affected individuals were not mentally ill, they were not suffering from any known neurological condition, and they were not experiencing any kind of toxic exposure. The laughter appeared to be a purely psychological phenomenon, but one that was spreading through the community with the efficiency of a biological contagion. As the months passed, the researchers began to develop theories about what might be causing the epidemic. Some suggested that it was a form of mass hysteria, a psychological phenomenon where groups of people develop similar symptoms without any underlying medical cause. Others proposed that it might be related to cultural or social stresses within the community, manifesting as a collective psychological response to change or uncertainty. The timing of the outbreak was significant. Tanganyika was on the verge of independence from British colonial rule, a period of great social and political upheaval. Some researchers suggested that the laughter epidemic might be a manifestation of the collective anxiety and uncertainty that many people were feeling about the future. The rigid structure of colonial education, with its emphasis on discipline and conformity, might have created psychological pressures that found their release in this unusual form. Interestingly, the epidemic seemed to affect primarily young people, especially students and those in their teens and early 20s. Adults were not immune, but they were far less likely to be affected, and when they were, their symptoms tended to be less severe and of shorter duration. This age pattern suggested that the epidemic might be related to the particular psychological vulnerabilities of adolescence, a time when young people are especially susceptible to social influences and peer pressure. The gender distribution was also notable. While both boys and girls were affected, the epidemic seemed to spread more readily among female students and young women. Some researchers suggested that this might be related to cultural factors, noting that in many East African societies, women and girls had fewer outlets for expressing stress or dissatisfaction with their circumstances. The laughter epidemic might have provided a socially acceptable way to release psychological tension. As the weeks turned into months, the affected communities began to develop their own strategies for dealing with the epidemic. Some families tried to isolate their affected members, hoping to prevent the spread to others. Others sought help from traditional healers, who performed various rituals and ceremonies designed to break what they believed might be supernatural influences. A few communities even tried to organize group sessions where all the affected individuals could laugh together, hoping that somehow this might help them get it out of their systems. None of these approaches proved particularly effective. The laughter continued to spread, following its own mysterious logic, affecting some people while leaving others completely untouched. It seemed to move through the social fabric of the communities like electricity through a wire, jumping from person to person along the invisible connections that bound them together. The international medical community was fascinated by the Tanganyika epidemic, but they were also frustrated by their inability to understand or control it. Here was a phenomenon that was clearly real, clearly affecting thousands of people, and yet it defied all conventional medical understanding. The affected individuals were not faking their symptoms, they were genuinely suffering, and yet there was no identifiable cause, no virus or bacteria, no toxin or pathogen that could explain what was happening. Some researchers began to explore the possibility that the epidemic might be related to suggestion and social contagion. They noted that the symptoms seemed to spread most readily among people who were in close social contact with each other, suggesting that the mechanism of transmission might be psychological rather than biological. The power of suggestion, they argued, might be strong enough to cause real physical symptoms in susceptible individuals. This theory was supported by observations of how the epidemic spread. It didn't follow the patterns of biological contagion, where proximity to infected individuals would increase the risk of transmission. Instead, it seemed to follow social networks, spreading more readily among people who knew each other, who shared cultural backgrounds, or who were part of the same social groups. The role of cultural factors became increasingly apparent as researchers studied the epidemic. Many of the affected individuals came from cultures where laughter and emotional expression were highly valued, where communal experiences were central to social life. In these contexts, the laughter epidemic might have represented a form of collective expression, a way for the community to process and respond to shared experiences and emotions. Religious and spiritual leaders in the affected communities offered their own explanations for the epidemic. Some saw it as a sign of divine displeasure, a punishment for straying from traditional ways or embracing foreign influences. Others interpreted it as a form of spiritual cleansing, a way for the community to purge itself of negative influences. Still others believed it might be the work of malevolent spirits or witchcraft, requiring spiritual intervention to resolve. These cultural interpretations were not dismissed by the medical researchers, who recognized that the beliefs and expectations of the affected communities might play a crucial role in both the spread and the resolution of the epidemic. If people believed that supernatural forces were at work, their expectations might influence their experience of the symptoms, potentially making them more severe or prolonged. As the epidemic continued into its second year, patterns began to emerge that provided clues about its nature and behavior. The intensity of the symptoms seemed to vary with social and emotional factors. During times of stress or excitement, the symptoms tended to be more severe. During periods of calm or routine, they might diminish or even disappear entirely, only to return when social tensions increased. The epidemic also showed a curious relationship with authority figures. The symptoms seemed to be most severe in situations where there were clear power dynamics, such as in schools or in the presence of government officials. Some researchers suggested that this might indicate that the epidemic was, in part, a form of rebellion or protest, a way for young people to express their dissatisfaction with rigid social structures and expectations. The educational system in particular seemed to be closely linked to the spread of the epidemic. Almost all of the initial outbreaks occurred in schools, and the symptoms were often most severe during formal classroom settings. This led some researchers to suggest that the epidemic might be related to the stresses and pressures of the colonial education system, which imposed foreign values and methods on communities that had their own traditional ways of learning and social organization. The language barrier also played a role in the epidemic's spread and impact. Many of the affected students were being educated in languages that were not their native tongues, creating additional stress and alienation. The inability to express themselves fully in the language of instruction might have contributed to the psychological pressures that found their outlet in the laughter epidemic. Gradually, as the months passed, the epidemic began to show signs of burning itself out. The number of new cases decreased, and the duration of symptoms in affected individuals became shorter. By the end of 1962, nearly 2 years after it had begun, the laughter epidemic had largely disappeared, leaving behind only memories and a wealth of questions about what had actually happened. The official count of affected individuals was staggering. Over 1,000 people had experienced the uncontrollable laughter symptoms, with the epidemic affecting 14 different schools and countless communities across the region. The economic and social disruption had been enormous, with schools closed for months, businesses interrupted, and families torn apart by the mysterious phenomenon. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the Tanganyika Laughter Epidemic was not its scale or duration, but what it revealed about the hidden connections between human minds. Here was clear evidence that our psychological states could influence each other in ways that were both powerful and mysterious. The epidemic demonstrated that ideas, emotions, and even physical symptoms could spread from person to person through purely social mechanisms, without any biological agent or physical cause. The Tanganyika epidemic became a landmark case in the study of mass hysteria and collective behavior. It showed that under the right conditions, psychological phenomena could spread through communities with the same efficiency as biological diseases. It revealed the power of social suggestion and the ways in which our minds could influence our bodies, sometimes in ways that seemed to defy rational explanation. Yet many questions remained unanswered. Why did the epidemic begin when it did? Why did it affect some people and not others? What was the exact mechanism by which the symptoms spread from person to person? And perhaps most intriguingly, what did this phenomenon reveal about the nature of human consciousness and the invisible bonds that connect us to each other? The answers to these questions continue to elude researchers today, more than 60 years after the epidemic ended. The Tanganyika Laughter Epidemic remains a mystery, a reminder that there are still aspects of human behavior and consciousness that we don't fully understand. It stands as a testament to the power of the mind and the mysterious ways in which our psychological states can influence not just ourselves, but those around us. As we reflect on this extraordinary event, we might wonder what other hidden connections exist between our minds, what other invisible forces shape our behavior and experiences. The laughter that echoed through the schools and villages of Tanganyika in 1962 might have been more than just a medical curiosity. It might have been a glimpse into the deeper mysteries of human consciousness, a reminder that we are all connected in ways that we are only beginning to understand. The epidemic eventually faded into history, but its legacy lives on in the questions it raised and the insights it provided into the nature of collective human behavior. It remains one of the most fascinating examples of how our minds can influence each other, how ideas and emotions can spread like wildfire through communities, and how the power of suggestion can manifest in ways that seem to defy all logical explanation. In a world where we are more connected than ever before, the lessons of the Tanganyika Laughter Epidemic may be more relevant today than they were in 1962. In the spring of 1954, the city of Seattle found itself gripped by a phenomenon so bizarre and widespread that it would challenge everything residents thought they knew about reality itself. What began as isolated reports of mysterious damage to automobile windshields would soon escalate into a full-scale panic that consumed the entire Pacific Northwest, leaving authorities baffled and citizens questioning whether they were under attack by forces beyond their understanding. The Windshield Pitting Epidemic, as it came to be known, represents one of the most fascinating examples of mass hysteria in American history. But what makes this case so compelling isn't just the scale of the panic it caused, or the number of people who became convinced they were witnessing something supernatural. It's the way it demonstrates how quickly ordinary people can become caught up in extraordinary beliefs, and how the power of suggestion can transform everyday occurrences into evidence of the impossible. It all began with the newspapers. In the early months of 1954, Seattle residents started reading strange reports from other parts of the Pacific Northwest. Up in Bellingham, Washington, residents were reporting mysterious damage to their car windshields. Small pits and dings were appearing seemingly overnight, leaving tiny craters in the glass that no one could explain. The damage was subtle but undeniable, and it was happening to cars parked in driveways, on city streets, and in parking lots throughout the city. At first, these reports were treated as curiosities, the kind of odd local news stories that newspapers used to fill space between more serious coverage. But as similar reports began coming in from other cities, the story started to take on a different character. Residents of Sedro-Woolley, Washington, began reporting the same phenomenon. Then Mount Vernon joined the list. Each new location brought more reports of mysteriously damaged windshields, and each report seemed to confirm that something unusual was happening across the region. The pattern was always the same. Car owners would discover their windshields had been pitted with small holes or depressions, usually overnight. The damage was typically minor, barely noticeable unless you looked closely, but it was definitely there. The pits were small, often no larger than a pinhead, but they were numerous enough to be clearly visible when the light hit the glass at the right angle. Most puzzling of all, no one could explain how the damage was occurring. By April 1954, the reports had reached the attention of law enforcement and government officials. The phenomena was becoming widespread enough that it could no longer be dismissed as isolated incidents or coincidence. Whatever was causing the windshield pitting was moving southward through Washington state, affecting city after city in a pattern that seemed to follow no natural or logical progression. The mystery deepened when experts began examining the damaged windshields. The pitting didn't match any known type of damage caused by normal road hazards. It wasn't consistent with damage from gravel or debris kicked up by other vehicles. It didn't look like the result of hail damage or other weather-related phenomena. The pits were too small and too numerous, distributed across the windshields in patterns that defied explanation. Some investigators suggested that the damage might be caused by atomic testing. The United States was conducting nuclear tests in the Pacific during this period, and fears about radioactive fallout were widespread. Could some kind of atomic particles be raining down from the atmosphere, pitting windshields as they struck the glass? The theory seemed plausible enough to generate serious concern among government officials and scientists. Others proposed that the damage might be caused by some kind of industrial pollution. The Pacific Northwest was home to numerous manufacturing facilities, and it was possible that some new type of chemical or particulate matter was being released into the atmosphere. Perhaps a new manufacturing process was creating microscopic debris that was falling like invisible rain across the region, pitting windshields wherever it landed. As the reports continued to spread southward, Seattle residents began to pay closer attention to their own vehicles. The local newspapers were following the story closely, running daily updates on the mysterious windshield pitting phenomenon. Radio stations began broadcasting regular reports about which cities had been affected and whether the phenomenon was moving closer to Seattle. The anticipation was building, and residents were growing increasingly nervous about when their city might be next. Then, on April 14, 1954, it happened. The first reports of windshield pitting in Seattle began to come in. A few residents called police to report that their car windshields had been mysteriously damaged overnight. The pitting was exactly as described in the reports from other cities, small holes and depressions that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Seattle had become the latest city to be affected by the mysterious phenomenon. But what happened next was unprecedented. Rather than the gradual spread that had characterized the phenomenon in other cities, Seattle experienced an explosion of reports. Within hours of the first confirmed cases, the police department was flooded with calls from residents reporting windshield damage. By the end of the day, hundreds of people had called to report that their vehicles had been affected by the mysterious pitting. The scale of the reports was staggering. Over the course of just 2 days, more than 3,000 Seattle residents contacted authorities to report windshield damage. The police department, completely overwhelmed by the volume of calls, had to set up special phone lines just to handle the reports. Officers were dispatched across the city to investigate the claims, and they found evidence of pitting on windshields in every neighborhood, from the wealthy suburbs to the working-class areas near the port. The city's response was swift and dramatic. Mayor Alan Pomeroy declared a state of emergency and called for federal assistance in investigating the phenomenon. He contacted the governor's office, requesting that the state mobilize resources to help determine what was causing the mysterious damage. The mayor also reached out to federal agencies, including the military and the Atomic Energy Commission, requesting immediate investigation into whether the pitting might be related to atomic testing or other classified government activities. The media coverage was intense and widespread. Local newspapers ran front-page stories about the Windshield Pitting Epidemic, with headlines that spoke of mysterious attacks on the city's vehicles. Radio stations provided continuous updates, and residents were encouraged to inspect their cars regularly and report any damage immediately. The story quickly spread beyond Seattle, with national newspapers and magazines picking up the story of the mysterious phenomenon that was baffling authorities and terrifying residents. As reports continued to pour in, investigators began to notice some interesting patterns. The damage was not uniformly distributed across the city. Some neighborhoods reported extensive pitting, while others seemed to be completely unaffected. The damage was also not limited to any particular type of vehicle or age of windshield. Brand new cars were just as likely to be affected as older vehicles, and expensive luxury cars were no more protected than economy models. The timing of the discoveries was also curious. While residents claimed that the pitting had occurred overnight, many of the reports came in during daytime hours, often after people had been inspired to check their windshields by news reports about the phenomenon. Some investigators began to suspect that much of the damage might have been present for some time, only now being noticed because people were actively looking for it. This theory gained support when researchers began examining the reported damage more closely. Many of the pits and dings that residents were attributing to the mysterious phenomenon were actually consistent with normal wear and tear. Small chips from road debris, minor impacts from parking lot incidents, and gradual weathering could all create the kind of minor damage that people were reporting. The difference was that residents were now actively looking for this damage and attributing it to a mysterious cause. The role of media coverage in amplifying the panic became increasingly apparent. Newspapers and radio stations were providing detailed descriptions of what to look for, showing photographs of pitted windshields, and encouraging residents to examine their vehicles carefully. This focused attention meant that people were discovering minor damage that they might never have noticed under normal circumstances. Every small pit or ding became potential evidence of the mysterious phenomenon. Psychological factors also played a significant role in the epidemic's spread. Once people became convinced that their city was under attack by some mysterious force, they began to interpret ordinary events as confirmation of the threat. The power of suggestion was so strong that some people reported seeing the pitting occur in real time, claiming to witness small explosions or impacts on their windshields that left behind the characteristic damage. The mass hysteria aspect of the epidemic became even more evident when investigators began conducting systematic surveys of windshield damage. When they examined vehicles in areas that had not yet been affected by the panic, they found similar levels of minor pitting and damage. The difference was that owners of these vehicles had not yet been alerted to look for the damage, so they remained unaware of its presence. As the investigation continued, scientists and researchers began to develop more sophisticated theories about what might be causing the reports. Some suggested that the phenomenon might be related to atmospheric conditions that were making existing damage more visible. Changes in humidity, temperature, or air pressure might be causing minor imperfections in windshields to become more apparent, leading people to notice damage that had previously been invisible. Others proposed that the phenomenon might be related to a form of mass psychogenic illness, where the power of suggestion and social contagion could cause people to experience symptoms or perceive phenomena that had no physical cause. The windshield pitting epidemic seemed to fit this pattern perfectly, with reports spreading rapidly through communities in a way that resembled the spread of a contagious disease. The investigation took on a more serious tone when federal agencies became involved. The Atomic Energy Commission sent investigators to Seattle to determine whether the pitting might be related to radioactive fallout from nuclear testing. They conducted extensive tests of the damaged windshields, looking for signs of radioactive contamination or unusual chemical residues. The results were negative, ruling out atomic testing as a cause of the phenomenon. The Air Force also became involved, investigating whether the pitting might be caused by some kind of atmospheric phenomenon or unusual weather conditions. Military investigators examined meteorological data from the affected areas, looking for patterns that might explain the widespread reports of windshield damage. They found no evidence of unusual atmospheric conditions that could account for the phenomenon. As the investigation continued, researchers began to focus on the social and psychological aspects of the epidemic. They noted that the reports seemed to follow predictable patterns of social contagion, spreading most rapidly through communities where people were in close contact with each other and where media coverage was most intense. The phenomenon seemed to be driven more by social and psychological factors than by any physical cause. The role of authority figures in both promoting and eventually controlling the panic became increasingly apparent. When the mayor declared a state of emergency and called for federal assistance, it lent credibility to the idea that the phenomenon represented a real threat. This official response increased public anxiety and encouraged more people to look for evidence of windshield damage. However, when authorities began to suggest that the phenomenon might be psychological rather than physical, the number of new reports began to decline. The turning point came when investigators conducted a controlled experiment. They secretly marked a number of cars in an unaffected area of the city, then announced that the windshield pitting phenomenon had spread to that neighborhood. Within hours, residents in the area began reporting damage to their vehicles, including some of the cars that had been secretly marked by investigators. The experiment demonstrated conclusively that the reports were being driven by suggestion and expectation, rather than by any physical cause. The windshield pitting epidemic began to fade as quickly as it had appeared. Once authorities announced that the phenomenon was likely psychological rather than physical, the number of new reports dropped dramatically. Media coverage shifted from treating the phenomenon as a mysterious attack to discussing it as an example of mass hysteria. Within a few weeks, the epidemic had largely disappeared, leaving behind only a few die-hard believers who continued to insist that something unusual had really happened. The aftermath of the epidemic revealed some interesting patterns about how mass hysteria spreads and eventually dissipates. The phenomenon had required several key elements to reach its peak intensity: widespread media coverage, official recognition of the threat, and a community that was already anxious about potential dangers. Once any of these elements was removed, the epidemic quickly lost its momentum. Analysis of the epidemic also revealed important insights about the nature of perception and reality. The windshield pitting phenomenon demonstrated how our expectations and beliefs can influence what we perceive, sometimes leading us to see things that aren't really there, or to interpret ordinary events as evidence of extraordinary phenomena. The power of suggestion proved to be so strong that it could create a shared reality among thousands of people, even when that reality had no basis in physical fact. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic became a landmark case in the study of mass hysteria and collective behavior. It showed how quickly ordinary people could become caught up in extraordinary beliefs, and how social and psychological factors could create phenomena that seemed to have physical causes. The epidemic also demonstrated the important role that media coverage and official responses play in either promoting or controlling mass panic. Yet the epidemic also raised important questions about the nature of reality and perception. If thousands of people could become convinced that their windshields were being mysteriously damaged, what did this say about the reliability of human observation and the nature of shared reality? The phenomenon suggested that our perceptions are far more malleable than we might like to believe, and that under the right conditions, entire communities could become convinced of things that simply weren't true. The windshield pitting epidemic also highlighted the power of social contagion, and the ways in which ideas and beliefs can spread through communities. Like a virus, the belief that windshields were being mysteriously damaged spread from person to person, growing stronger with each new report and each news story. The epidemic showed how quickly social phenomena could escalate, and how difficult it could be to control them once they reached a certain level of intensity. In the end, the Seattle Windshield Pitting Epidemic of 1954 stands as a fascinating example of how the human mind can create realities that seem completely convincing, even when they have no basis in physical fact. It reminds us that our perceptions are not always reliable, that our beliefs can be influenced by social and psychological factors in ways we don't always recognize, and that under the right conditions, entire communities can become caught up in shared delusions that seem completely real to those experiencing them. The epidemic also serves as a cautionary tale about the power of media coverage and official responses to shape public perception and behavior. The intense media attention given to the windshield pitting reports helped to amplify the panic and encouraged more people to look for evidence of damage. The official response, including the mayor's declaration of a state of emergency, lent credibility to the idea that something unusual was happening, further fueling public anxiety and concern. As we look back on the windshield pitting epidemic more than 70 years later, we can see it as a remarkable example of how social and psychological forces can create phenomena that seem to have physical causes. It stands as a testament to the power of suggestion, the influence of social contagion, and the ways in which our minds can shape our perception of reality. In an age where information spreads faster than ever before, the lessons of the Seattle Windshield Pitting Epidemic may be more relevant today than they were in 1954. In the heart of Manhattan Beach, California, stands a building that once housed an ordinary preschool. But between 1983 and 1990, this seemingly innocent place became the epicenter of one of the most devastating cases of mass hysteria in American history. The McMartin Preschool Trial would tear apart families, destroy lives, and expose the terrifying power of collective delusion when fear takes hold of an entire community. It all began with a single phone call. On August 12, 1983, Judy Johnson, the mother of a 2.5-year-old boy, contacted the Manhattan Beach Police Department. She claimed her son had been sexually abused by Ray Buckey, a teacher at the McMartin Preschool. Johnson's allegations were disturbing, but they were just the beginning of something far more sinister that would consume an entire community. Ray Buckey was the grandson of Virginia McMartin, who had founded the preschool in 1956. The school had operated for nearly 3 decades without incident, serving hundreds of families in the affluent beachside community. But Johnson's accusations would change everything. Her claims weren't just about inappropriate touching, they were bizarre, involving elaborate ritualistic abuse scenarios that seemed to come from a nightmare. The police took Johnson's allegations seriously, perhaps too seriously. Instead of conducting a careful investigation, they sent a letter to 200 families whose children had attended the preschool. The letter, sent by Police Chief Harry Coolmeyer, asked parents to question their children about potential abuse by Ray Buckey. But the letter did something far more dangerous. It planted seeds of suspicion and fear that would grow into a forest of false accusations. The letter described specific acts that Buckey was accused of committing, essentially providing a template for other allegations. Parents, already anxious about their children's safety, began interviewing their kids with leading questions. Children, eager to please their worried parents, began to provide the answers adults seemed to want to hear. What started as one woman's accusation quickly multiplied into hundreds of claims involving not just Ray Buckey, but his mother Peggy Ann Buckey, his grandmother Virginia McMartin, and several other teachers. But these weren't ordinary abuse allegations. The children began describing scenarios that defied logic and reality. They spoke of being taken through underground tunnels beneath the school, of witnessing animal sacrifices, of being photographed in the nude, and of participating in satanic rituals. They claimed to have been flushed down toilets, flown in airplanes to remote locations for abuse, and forced to drink blood. The stories grew more elaborate and more impossible with each telling. The key figure in extracting these testimonies was Key McFarlane, a social worker at Children's Institute International. McFarlane interviewed hundreds of children using techniques that would later be recognized as highly suggestive and inappropriate. She used anatomically correct dolls, leading questions, and praise for children who provided the right answers. Children who initially denied any abuse were interviewed repeatedly until they began to confirm what the adults seemed to want to hear. McFarlane's methods were problematic from the start. She would tell children that other kids had already revealed abuse, pressuring them to confirm similar stories. She used puppet shows and games to encourage children to act out abuse scenarios. Most concerning of all, she treated denial as a sign of trauma that needed to be overcome, rather than potentially truthful testimony. Children who stuck to their original claims of no abuse were labeled as being in denial or too traumatized to remember. The investigation quickly spiraled out of control. By 1984, the district attorney's office had filed charges against 7 people associated with the preschool. The accusations were staggering 354 counts of child abuse involving 48 children. The case made national headlines, with media coverage that presumed guilt rather than innocence. The accused became pariahs in their community, their lives destroyed by allegations that grew more bizarre by the day. Peggy McMartin Bucky, Ray's mother and the school's administrator, found herself at the center of a nightmare. A woman who had dedicated her life to caring for children was now accused of being part of a satanic cult that tortured and abused them. The stress took a devastating toll on the entire Bucky family. Virginia McMartin, the elderly founder of the school, died in 1986 while the case was still pending. Her reputation forever tarnished by accusations she would never have the chance to fully contest in court. The prosecution's case relied heavily on the children's testimonies, but as the investigation continued, the stories became increasingly unbelievable. Children claimed they had been taken to a secret room under the school where they witnessed the ritual killing of animals. They said they were forced to drink blood and eat feces. Some claimed they had been taken to cemeteries at night, to churches, and even to other states for abuse. They described being photographed and filmed, yet no such evidence was ever found despite extensive searches. Investigators searched the McMartin Preschool extensively, looking for the tunnels and secret rooms described by the children. They brought in heavy equipment and excavated large portions of the building and surrounding area. They found no tunnels, no secret rooms, no evidence of the elaborate infrastructure that would have been necessary for the abuse scenarios described by the children. The lack of physical evidence didn't deter the prosecution, who argued that the perpetrators had been extremely careful to cover their tracks. The trial began in 1987 and would become the longest and most expensive criminal trial in American history at that time. It lasted 6 years and cost taxpayers $15 million. The prosecution presented a case built entirely on the testimonies of children, many of whom had been interviewed dozens of times over several years. The defense argued that the children's memories had been corrupted by suggestive interviewing techniques, and that the entire case was the product of mass hysteria. As the trial progressed, the weakness of the prosecution's case became increasingly apparent. Expert witnesses testified about the unreliability of children's testimony when obtained through coercive interviewing techniques. They explained how false memories could be implanted in young minds through repeated suggestion and positive reinforcement for certain answers. The defense demonstrated how the interviewing methods used by McFarlane and others could lead children to believe that imaginary events had actually occurred. The cultural context of the 1980s played a crucial role in the McMartin case. This was the height of what would later be called the Satanic Panic, a period when Americans became obsessed with the idea that devil-worshipping cults were infiltrating daycare centers and schools across the country. Television talk shows featured sensational stories about ritual abuse, books were written about supposed satanic conspiracies, and law enforcement attended conferences about investigating occult crimes. This cultural fear was fueled by several factors. The women's liberation movement had led to more mothers entering the workforce, creating anxiety about leaving children in daycare. Conservative religious groups warned about the moral decay of society and the influence of Satan in everyday life. The recovered memory movement in psychology suggested that traumatic memories could be repressed and later recalled through therapy, lending credibility to delayed disclosures of abuse. Michelle Remembers, a book published in 1980, became a bestseller and helped spread belief in satanic ritual abuse. The book, written by psychiatrist Lawrence Pastor and his patient and later wife, Michelle Smith, described elaborate satanic rituals and abuse. Although the book was later discredited and many of its claims proven false, it provided a template for the types of abuse scenarios that would later emerge in cases like McMartin. The media played a significant role in amplifying the hysteria surrounding the McMartin case. Television, news programs, and newspaper articles presented the allegations as fact, often failing to question the reliability of the evidence or the appropriateness of the investigation methods. The accused were subjected to a trial by media long before they ever appeared in court. Reporters camped outside their homes, and their pictures were broadcast across the nation, alongside descriptions of the horrific crimes they were accused of committing. The impact on the children involved in the case was profound and lasting. Many were subjected to years of interviews, therapy sessions, and court appearances. They were told repeatedly that they had been abused, even when they had no memory of such events. Some began to believe the stories they had been encouraged to tell, while others remained confused about what had actually happened to them. The children became pawns in an adult drama that would shape their understanding of their own childhood experiences. As the trial continued, more evidence emerged about the flawed investigation methods. It was revealed that Judy Johnson, the mother who had made the initial allegations, had a history of mental illness and had been hospitalized for paranoid schizophrenia. Her original complaint had included claims that Ray Bucky could fly and that he had taken her son to a ranch where he was abused by actors dressed as cowboys. These bizarre elements of her story had been downplayed in the initial investigation. The prosecution's case began to crumble as defense attorneys presented evidence of the suggestive interviewing techniques used with the children. They showed videotapes of interviews where children were clearly being led to make accusations they had initially denied. In one famous example, a child repeatedly said that nothing bad had happened to him at the school, only to be told by the interviewer that he must be confused or scared to tell the truth. Expert testimony revealed how children's memories could be shaped by adult expectations and repeated questioning. Dr. Michael Maloney, a psychiatrist who specialized in child development, explained how young children are particularly susceptible to suggestion and how their desire to please adults can lead them to confirm stories that never actually happened. He described the process of memory implantation, where false memories become indistinguishable from real ones in a child's mind. The defense also highlighted the lack of any corroborating evidence for the fantastic claims made by the children. Despite extensive searches, no photographs or videos of abuse were found. No other evidence of satanic rituals or animal sacrifices was discovered. The supposed underground tunnels and secret rooms remained nothing more than children's stories, unsupported by any physical evidence. In 1990, after 6 years of investigation and trial, the jury returned its verdict. Ray Bucky and his mother Peggy were acquitted on most charges, with the jury deadlocked on a few remaining counts against Ray. The other defendants had seen their charges dropped earlier in the proceedings. The McMartin Preschool Trial was over, but its impact would be felt for decades to come. The aftermath of the McMartin case was devastating for all involved. The Bucky family, though legally vindicated, had lost everything. Their reputations were destroyed, their finances exhausted by legal fees, and their health broken by years of stress and public vilification. Ray Bucky spent 5 years in jail before being released on bail, only to face a second trial on the deadlock charges. He was finally acquitted in 1990, but the damage to his life was irreversible. The children and families involved in the case also suffered long-term consequences. Many of the children who had testified grew up believing they had been abused, carrying trauma from events that likely never occurred. Families were torn apart by the stress of the investigation and trial. Some parents who had initially supported the prosecution later came to believe their children had been manipulated into making false accusations. The McMartin case exposed fundamental flaws in how society handles allegations of child abuse. It demonstrated the dangers of suggestive interviewing techniques and the ease with which false memories can be implanted in young minds. The case led to significant changes in how child witnesses are interviewed, with new protocols designed to avoid the leading questions and coercive techniques that had characterized the McMartin investigation. The concept of false memory syndrome gained widespread attention as a result of cases like McMartin. Researchers began to study how false memories are created and how they can become indistinguishable from real memories in a person's mind. This research had implications far beyond child abuse cases, affecting fields ranging from eyewitness testimony to recovered memory therapy. The McMartin case also highlighted the power of mass hysteria and how fear can spread through a community like wildfire. What began as one person's allegations quickly grew into a community-wide panic that lasted for years. The case showed how social factors like media coverage, expert testimony, and cultural anxieties can combine to create a collective delusion that takes on a life of its own. Looking back at the McMartin Preschool Trial, it's clear that this was more than just a failed prosecution. It was a tragic example of how good intentions can go terribly wrong. Parents wanted to protect their children, investigators wanted to uncover the truth, and prosecutors wanted to ensure justice was served. But fear, flawed methods, and cultural panic combined to produce one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in American legal history. The lessons learned from McMartin continue to resonate today. The case serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of moral panic and the importance of maintaining scientific rigor, even when dealing with emotionally charged allegations. It reminds us that, in our eagerness to protect children, we must be careful not to create new forms of harm through overzealous prosecution and suggestive investigation techniques. The legacy of the McMartin Preschool Trial extends far beyond the courtroom. It changed how society thinks about child testimony, memory, and the investigation of abuse allegations. It also serves as a powerful reminder of how quickly a community can be consumed by fear and how difficult it can be to separate truth from hysteria once panic takes hold. In the summer of 1789, as the French Revolution was beginning to reshape the political landscape of France, something extraordinary and terrifying swept across the French countryside. It wasn't an army or a plague, but something far more mysterious and powerful: fear itself. The Great Fear, or Grand Peur, as it was known in French, was a wave of panic and paranoia that consumed rural France in a matter of weeks, turning neighbors against each other and transforming peaceful villages into armed camps. To understand the Great Fear, we must first understand the world it emerged from. France in 1789 was a country on the brink of collapse. The monarchy of King Louis XVI was drowning in debt, the economy was in shambles, and social tensions that had been building for decades were finally reaching a breaking point. The calling of the Estates General in May of 1789, the first such assembly since 1614, had raised hopes for reform, but also unleashed forces that would ultimately destroy the old order. The peasants, who made up roughly 80% of France's population, lived in conditions that bordered on medieval. They were bound by feudal obligations that required them to work their lord's land for free, pay taxes to both the church and the nobility, and submit to a complex web of regulations that governed everything from where they could hunt to when they could harvest their crops. Many peasants lived in constant fear of starvation, as poor harvests could mean the difference between survival and death. The summer of 1789 was particularly tense. Poor weather had led to reduced harvests, bread prices were soaring, and rumors were spreading that the nobility was planning to crush the Third Estate's attempts at political reform. In this atmosphere of anxiety and uncertainty, the stage was set for something unprecedented in human history, a mass delusion that would grip an entire nation. The Great Fear began in mid-July, shortly after the storming of the Bastille on July 14th. News of the dramatic events in Paris spread slowly through the countryside, carried by travelers, merchants, and messengers. But as these stories passed from person to person, they became distorted, exaggerated, and combined with local fears and prejudices. Soon, the countryside was buzzing with rumors that seemed to confirm the peasants' worst nightmares. The most persistent and terrifying rumor was that bands of brigands were roaming the countryside, burning crops, destroying property, and attacking defenseless villages. These weren't ordinary criminals, the stories claimed, but foreign mercenaries or desperate vagrants hired by the nobility to punish the peasants for their political awakening. Some versions of the story claimed these brigands were English or Austrian agents sent to destabilize France. Others suggested they were escaped prisoners or disbanded soldiers who had turned to banditry. What made these rumors so powerful was that they contained just enough truth to seem plausible. There were indeed bands of desperate people roaming the countryside in 1789, unemployed workers, discharged soldiers, and displaced peasants who had been forced to leave their homes in search of food and work. Reports of actual crimes committed by such groups provided the kernel of truth around which much larger and more frightening stories would grow. The rumors spread with astonishing speed through a countryside that had no modern means of communication. In an age before newspapers reached rural areas, and when few peasants could read, information traveled by word of mouth along the networks of roads, rivers, and mountain passes that connected villages and towns. Market days, church services, and traveling fairs became opportunities for stories to spread and multiply. A single rumor could travel hundreds of miles in just a few days, growing more detailed and more terrifying with each retelling. As the stories spread, they began to take on a life of their own. Villages that had been peaceful for generations suddenly found themselves in the grip of panic. Church bells rang out warning signals, calling peasants to arms against an invisible enemy. Men grabbed whatever weapons they could find: pitchforks, hunting rifles, clubs, and kitchen knives, and formed impromptu militias to defend their communities against the approaching threat. The geography of France played a crucial role in how the Great Fear spread. The panic moved along natural routes of communication, river valleys, major roads, and trading paths. It was particularly intense in regions where peasants had long-standing grievances against their feudal lords, or where economic conditions were especially harsh. Areas with dense forests or mountainous terrain, where brigands could supposedly hide, were especially susceptible to the panic. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Great Fear was how it manifested differently in different regions while maintaining common elements. In Normandy, peasants armed themselves against supposed English invaders landing on the coast. In the eastern provinces, the feared brigands were said to be Austrian mercenaries. In the south, they were described as Spanish agents or Barbary pirates who had somehow made their way inland. Despite these regional variations, the core narrative remained consistent. Foreign enemies or noble conspirators were using criminal bands to terrorize the countryside. The panic was not limited to any single social class. While peasants made up the majority of those affected, the fear also gripped small landowners, village priests, and even some members of the minor nobility. Town dwellers barricaded their gates and organized watches against the supposed brigands. In some areas, entire communities fled their homes, creating streams of refugees that only served to spread the panic further. As the fear spread, it began to produce the very violence it supposedly warned against. Armed groups of peasants, convinced that brigands were approaching their villages, sometimes attacked innocent travelers or neighboring communities they suspected of harboring enemies. Merchants and peddlers found themselves viewed with suspicion, and anyone who couldn't account for their presence in an area might be treated as a potential threat. The most significant consequence of the Great Fear was how it accelerated the destruction of the feudal system. Peasants who had armed themselves to fight off imaginary brigands soon realized they could use those same weapons against their very real oppressors. Throughout the countryside, peasant bands began attacking shaytoks, burning feudal documents that recorded their obligations, and forcing nobles to renounce their traditional privileges. These attacks on feudal property were often carefully targeted and remarkably organized. Peasants would typically break into the shaydo's archives and systematically burn the documents that recorded their feudal obligations, rent rolls, tax records, and legal papers that bound them to their lords. They usually avoided destroying other property and rarely harmed the nobles themselves, focusing instead on eliminating the written records of their servitude. The National Assembly in Paris, already struggling to establish its authority and create a new constitution, was forced to respond to the rural uprising. On the night of August 4th, 1789, in one of the most dramatic sessions in parliamentary history, noble deputies began voluntarily renouncing their feudal privileges. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, adopted later that month, formally abolished the feudal system and established the principle of equality before the law. But what had actually caused the Great Fear? Historians have spent over 2 centuries trying to understand how an entire nation could be gripped by a delusion that lasted for weeks and affected millions of people. The answer lies in a complex combination of social, economic, and psychological factors that created the perfect conditions for mass hysteria. The immediate trigger was the political crisis of 1789. The calling of the Estates General had raised expectations for change, while also creating fear among the nobility that their traditional privileges were under threat. Rumors that aristocrats were planning to use force against the Third Estate provided a believable framework for stories about brigands and foreign mercenaries. Economic distress played a crucial role in making people susceptible to panic. Poor harvests, rising bread prices, and widespread unemployment had created a population living on the edge of survival. In such conditions, any threat to food supplies or physical safety would naturally provoke intense anxiety. The rumored brigands weren't just criminals, they were harbingers of starvation and death. The social structure of 18th century France also contributed to the spread of panic. The feudal system had created deep resentments between peasants and nobles, making stories about aristocratic conspiracies seem plausible. The Catholic Church's emphasis on divine punishment and apocalyptic warnings provided a cultural framework for interpreting current events as signs of impending catastrophe. Communication patterns in pre-modern France were particularly conducive to the spread of rumors. Information traveled slowly and was often distorted in transmission. Without newspapers or other reliable sources of information, people relied on word-of-mouth reports that were impossible to verify. In this environment, spectacular stories were more likely to be remembered and repeated than mundane truths. The seasonal timing of the Great Fear was also significant. July and August were months when peasants were particularly vulnerable, as the previous year's grain supplies were running low while the new harvest was not yet ready. This was traditionally the hungry season, when food prices peaked and anxiety about survival was highest. Any threat to the upcoming harvest would have seemed particularly catastrophic. Psychological factors played a crucial role in transforming isolated incidents of crime into a nationwide panic. The human tendency to see patterns in random events led people to connect unrelated reports of criminal activity into a single, coordinated threat. Confirmation bias caused people to pay attention to information that supported their fears while ignoring evidence that contradicted them. The role of authority figures in either calming or amplifying the panic varied dramatically from place to place. In some areas, local officials and clergy worked to reassure the population and investigate rumors rationally. In others, authorities either succumbed to the panic themselves or cynically exploited it for their own purposes. Some nobles may have encouraged fears of brigandage to justify maintaining private armies or delaying political reforms. The Great Fear also demonstrated the power of collective action in pre-modern societies. When entire communities believed they were under threat, they could mobilize remarkable resources for defense. The same networks that had traditionally been used for religious festivals, market days, and seasonal labor could be quickly repurposed for military action. The peasant militias that formed during the Great Fear would later provide a model for the citizen armies of the Revolutionary Wars. Women played a significant but often overlooked role in the Great Fear. While men typically formed the armed bands that patrolled the countryside, women were often the primary carriers of rumors and the organizers of community responses. In many villages, it was women who first raised the alarm about approaching brigands and women who coordinated the evacuation of children and elderly residents. The international dimension of the Great Fear reflected the cosmopolitan nature of 18th century European politics. France's peasants may have been isolated from international affairs, but they were aware that their country had enemies abroad. The recent American Revolutionary War had familiarized French people with the idea of foreign intervention in domestic conflicts. Stories about English gold financing brigands or Austrian troops masquerading as criminals drew on these broader geopolitical anxieties. Religious beliefs also shaped how people interpreted and responded to the Great Fear. Many peasants saw the events of 1789 as signs of divine judgment or the approaching end times. Some clergy preached that the political upheaval was punishment for France's sins, while others saw it as God's will that the old order be overthrown. These religious interpretations gave the panic a spiritual dimension that made it even more powerful and enduring. The economic consequences of the Great Fear extended far beyond the immediate destruction of feudal documents. The panic disrupted trade, caused labor shortages during crucial harvest time, and led to the abandonment of some agricultural areas. The cost of organizing militias and defensive measures drained resources from communities that were already struggling economically. Some regions took years to recover from the economic disruption caused by just a few weeks of panic. As the Great Fear gradually subsided in late August and early September, many participants found it difficult to explain their behavior during the height of the panic. People who had been convinced that brigands were approaching their villages struggled to understand how they could have believed such stories. The absence of any actual evidence for the supposed threats became increasingly embarrassing as rational thought reasserted itself. The aftermath of the Great Fear saw various attempts to assign blame for the panic. Some blamed foreign agitators or aristocratic conspirators for deliberately spreading false rumors. Others pointed to the irresponsible behavior of local officials or the credulity of the peasant population. The truth was probably that no single group was responsible. The Great Fear emerged from a complex interaction of social, economic, and political factors that created a perfect storm of collective delusion. The Great Fear of 1789 remains one of history's most dramatic examples of mass hysteria. It demonstrated how quickly fear can spread through a population and how collective delusions can have very real political and social consequences. The panic helped destroy the feudal system, accelerated the French Revolution, and provided a preview of the popular mobilization that would characterize the revolutionary decade that followed. But perhaps most importantly, the Great Fear revealed the power of ordinary people to shape historical events. The peasants who armed themselves against imaginary brigands were the same people who would later storm the Bastille, march to Versailles, and ultimately transform France from a feudal monarchy into a modern nation-state. Their capacity for collective action, first demonstrated during those terrifying weeks in the summer of 1789, would prove to be one of the driving forces of the modern world. The Great Fear reminds us that history is not just made by kings and generals, but by ordinary people responding to extraordinary circumstances. Sometimes those responses are based on accurate information and rational calculation, but sometimes, as in the summer of 1789, they emerge from fear, rumor, and collective delusion. Either way, they have the power to change the world. Picture this. It's December 16, 1997, a Tuesday evening in Japan. Families across the nation are settling in for dinner, children finishing their homework, and televisions are tuned to one of the most popular shows of the decade. At exactly 6:30 in the evening, millions of Japanese children gather in front of their screens for the latest episode of Pokémon, a phenomenon that had already taken the country by storm. The episode was titled Electric Soldier Porygon, and it would become one of the most infamous 30 minutes in television history. What happened next defied all expectations. Within minutes of the episode's climactic scene, children across Japan began experiencing violent seizures. Emergency rooms flooded with young patients, parents panicked, and the entire nation watched in horror as what should have been harmless entertainment turned into a medical crisis. But this wasn't just a simple case of epileptic reactions to flashing lights. This was something far stranger, something that would challenge our understanding of how the mind and body respond to mass media, and how fear itself can spread like wildfire through a population. The story begins with the meteoric rise of Pokémon itself. Created by Satoshi Tajiri and launched as a video game in 1996, Pokémon quickly evolved from a simple handheld game into a cultural phenomenon that captured the imagination of children worldwide. The animated series, which premiered in April 1997, followed the adventures of Ash Ketchum and his beloved Pikachu as they journeyed through a world filled with mysterious creatures. By December of that year, the show had become appointment television for Japanese families, with millions tuning in every Tuesday evening. The episode that would change everything was the 38th in the series. Electric Soldier Porygon featured a storyline where Ash and his friends enter cyberspace to help fix a computer system that had been sabotaged by Team Rocket. The episode was notable for its heavy use of computer graphics and digital effects, a departure from the show's typical hand-drawn animation style. But it was one specific sequence, lasting barely 5 seconds, that would trigger chaos across Japan. In the scene, Pikachu uses an electric attack to destroy incoming missiles in cyberspace. The explosion was rendered as rapidly alternating red and blue flashes, pulsing at a rate of approximately 12 Hz. These weren't subtle color changes either. The entire screen blazed with intense, saturated colors that switched back and forth in a strobe-like pattern. For most viewers, it was simply a dramatic moment in their favorite show. For others, it would be the trigger for one of the largest mass health incidents in television history. The first reports began trickling in almost immediately. Emergency services across Japan started receiving calls from frantic parents describing children who had suddenly collapsed while watching television. The symptoms were dramatic and frightening: violent convulsions, loss of consciousness, vomiting, and in some cases, temporary blindness. Within hours, hospitals across the country were overwhelmed with young patients, all presenting similar symptoms, all having watched the same television program. The numbers were staggering. By the end of the evening, over 700 children had been hospitalized. Thousands more experienced less severe symptoms at home. The age range was telling: most victims were between 3 and 18 years old, with the highest concentration being children between 8 and 13. What made this even more unusual was the geographical spread. This wasn't isolated to one region or city. Reports came in from across Japan, from major metropolitan areas to small rural towns, anywhere the episode had been broadcast. Tokyo Fire Department alone received over 300 emergency calls related to the incident. Ambulances raced through the streets carrying unconscious children to packed emergency rooms. Doctors, initially baffled by the sudden influx of patients with similar symptoms, quickly began to piece together the connection. Every single child had been watching Pokémon when their symptoms began. More specifically, they had all been watching the exact same scene. The immediate response was swift and decisive. TV Tokyo, the network broadcasting Pokémon, pulled the episode from the air and issued emergency warnings. The show was immediately suspended indefinitely. News reports began broadcasting warnings about the episode, advising parents to keep their children away from flashing lights and to seek medical attention if they had watched the program and felt unwell. But here's where the story takes an even stranger turn. As news of the incident spread throughout the evening and into the next day, something unexpected happened. The number of reported cases began to increase dramatically, even though the episode was no longer being broadcast. Children who had watched the episode earlier without incident suddenly began experiencing symptoms after hearing about the crisis on the news. Hospital admissions continued to climb, reaching over 700 hospitalized cases and affecting an estimated 12,000 children in total. Medical experts were initially focused on photosensitive epilepsy, a condition where flashing lights can trigger seizures in susceptible individuals. The red and blue flashing sequence was indeed capable of inducing seizures in people with this condition, which affects approximately 1 in 4,000 individuals. However, the math didn't add up. Even accounting for Japan's large population, photosensitive epilepsy alone couldn't explain the sheer number of affected children. Dr. Takahashi Yamashita, a neurologist at Tokyo University Hospital, was one of the first to suggest that something more complex was at play. His analysis of the patients revealed that while some genuinely showed signs of photosensitive epilepsy, a significant portion displayed symptoms that were inconsistent with this condition. Many children who experienced seizures during the broadcast showed normal EEG patterns when tested later. Others had seizures while watching news reports about the incident, even when those reports didn't include the problematic flashing sequence. This led researchers to consider a phenomenon known as mass psychogenic illness, sometimes called mass hysteria. This is a condition where physical symptoms spread through a population without an underlying organic cause, typically triggered by psychological factors and social influence. The symptoms are real. The children genuinely experience seizures, nausea, and other physical effects, but the underlying mechanism is psychological rather than purely neurological. The evidence for mass psychogenic illness became stronger as researchers analyzed the pattern of incidents. The initial wave of cases corresponded directly with the broadcast of the problematic sequence, suggesting a genuine photosensitive trigger for some viewers. However, the second wave of cases, which occurred after news coverage began, showed different characteristics. These children often experienced symptoms while watching news reports, or even just hearing about the incident from friends or family members. Social factors played a crucial role in amplifying the crisis. Japan in 1997 was a society where conformity and group dynamics were particularly strong, especially among children. When news reports showed dramatic footage of children being rushed to hospitals, complete with flashing ambulance lights and emergency room scenes, it created a powerful psychological trigger. Children who had watched the original episode began to worry that they too might be affected, and this anxiety itself became capable of producing physical symptoms. The media coverage, while well-intentioned, may have inadvertently contributed to the spread of symptoms. Television news programs repeatedly showed clips from the problematic Pokémon episode, albeit with warnings and reduced intensity. However, even these altered versions were enough to trigger symptoms in some susceptible viewers. More significantly, the constant coverage created a feedback loop where awareness of the incident increased anxiety, which in turn increased the likelihood of experiencing symptoms. Schools became another vector for the spread of psychogenic symptoms. Children who had watched the episode the night before arrived at school the next day to find their classmates discussing the incident. Teachers, concerned about their students' well-being, held discussions about the crisis, inadvertently focusing attention on potential symptoms. Several schools reported clusters of students suddenly feeling unwell during these discussions, even children who hadn't watched the original episode. The phenomenon wasn't limited to direct viewers either. Younger siblings of affected children sometimes developed symptoms, even if they hadn't watched the show themselves. Parents, anxious about their children's health, became hypervigilant for any signs of illness, sometimes interpreting normal childhood behaviors as symptoms related to the Pokémon incident. One particularly telling case involved a 9-year-old girl named Yuki, whose story was documented by researchers. Yuki had watched the problematic episode without any immediate reaction. However, the next day at school, after hearing detailed descriptions of other children's symptoms, she began to feel dizzy and nauseous. By the time she arrived home, she was experiencing what appeared to be seizure-like episodes. Medical examination revealed no neurological abnormalities, but her symptoms were undeniably real and distressing. The government response was unprecedented. The Ministry of Health launched a comprehensive investigation, while regulators implemented new broadcasting standards to prevent similar incidents. Television networks across Japan began reviewing their content for potentially problematic sequences, and new guidelines were established limiting the use of flashing lights and rapid color changes in programming. The Pokémon franchise itself faced an existential crisis. The animated series was suspended for 4 months, while the production team redesigned their animation techniques to eliminate potentially harmful sequences. When the show finally returned to air in April 1998, it included permanent warning messages and had completely eliminated the use of rapid flashing effects. The specific episode that caused the crisis was never broadcast again in its original form. Interestingly, the incident had global implications despite being geographically limited to Japan. International broadcasters, learning of the crisis, began implementing their own safeguards before airing Pokémon episodes. The problematic episode was either banned outright or heavily edited in most countries. This created an unusual situation where a piece of media became simultaneously famous and virtually impossible to view in its original form. The scientific investigation into the incident revealed fascinating insights into how mass psychogenic illness spreads in the modern media age. Researchers found that the most important factors in the spread of symptoms were not just exposure to the original trigger, but social influence, media coverage, and pre-existing anxiety about the incident. Children who were told about the crisis before watching news coverage were more likely to experience symptoms than those who encountered the information by chance. The role of suggestion proved particularly powerful. In controlled studies conducted months after the incident, researchers found that children who were shown modified versions of the problematic scene, while being told it might cause seizures, were more likely to report symptoms than those shown the same sequence without warnings. This suggested that knowledge of the potential danger itself could trigger a psychogenic response. The incident also highlighted the unique properties of modern mass media in spreading both information and psychogenic illness. Unlike historical cases of mass hysteria, which typically spread through direct social contact within limited geographical areas, the Pokémon incident demonstrated how television could simultaneously expose millions of people to both a trigger and the social context necessary for mass psychogenic illness to spread. Medical experts noted that the symptoms experienced by the children were not imaginary or fake. Brain scans of some patients showed genuine seizure activity, and physical symptoms like vomiting and unconsciousness were documented by medical professionals. However, the mechanism triggering these symptoms was more complex than simple photosensitive epilepsy. The power of suggestion, combined with genuine concern and social reinforcement, was capable of producing very real physical effects. The aftermath of the incident had lasting effects on Japanese media and society. Broadcasting standards were permanently changed, not just for animated content, but for all television programming. The incident became a case study in mass psychology, referenced in medical and sociological literature for decades afterward. It also marked a turning point in how society viewed the power of media to influence physical health, not just through direct sensory triggers, but through psychological mechanisms. The children who were affected by the incident largely recovered without lasting effects, though some families reported lingering anxiety about flashing lights or similar visual stimuli. Follow-up studies conducted years later found that most former patients had no ongoing medical issues, though a few developed what appeared to be conditioned responses to certain types of visual stimuli. Perhaps most intriguingly, the incident demonstrated how a single moment of television content could ripple outward to affect an entire society. The 5-second sequence of flashing lights didn't just cause immediate seizures in susceptible viewers, it triggered news coverage that spread symptoms to additional children, changed broadcasting regulations, suspended one of the world's most popular entertainment franchises, and created new scientific understanding of mass psychogenic illness in the media age. The Pokémon Seizure episode remains unique in the annals of mass hysteria because it represents a perfect storm of factors: a genuine physical trigger affecting some viewers, a beloved piece of entertainment that commanded massive simultaneous audiences, a society with strong social cohesion that amplified psychological effects, and a modern media environment capable of spreading both the initial trigger and subsequent anxiety on an unprecedented scale. Today, the incident serves as a reminder of the complex relationships between media, psychology, and public health. It shows us that, in our interconnected world, the effects of mass media extend far beyond simple entertainment. The boundaries between the psychological and the physical are more porous than we might expect, and the power of suggestion, amplified by modern communication technologies, can produce effects that ripple through entire populations. The episode itself has become something of a holy grail for internet culture enthusiasts and researchers alike. Despite being one of the most famous pieces of television content ever created, it remains largely inaccessible, viewed more as a historical artifact than entertainment. This has only added to its mystique, transforming what was meant to be a simple children's cartoon episode into one of the most significant case studies in mass psychology of the modern era. What makes the Pokémon incident so compelling is not just its immediate dramatic impact, but what it reveals about the hidden vulnerabilities in our media-saturated world. It shows us that sometimes the most powerful effects of mass communication are not the intended messages, but the unintended consequences that emerge when technology, psychology, and social dynamics intersect in unexpected ways. In the winter of 1804, the quiet suburb of Hammersmith in West London became the epicenter of one of Britain's most extraordinary cases of mass hysteria. What began as a few scattered reports of ghostly sightings would escalate into a full-scale panic that gripped an entire community, altered daily life for thousands of residents, and ultimately led to tragedy. The Hammersmith Ghost, as it came to be known, represents a fascinating glimpse into how fear can take on a life of its own, spreading through communities like wildfire and transforming rational people into a terrified mob. The story unfolds against the backdrop of Georgian London, a time when the boundaries between the natural and supernatural were still hotly debated in polite society. This was an era when ghost stories were not merely entertainment, but were often taken seriously as potential reality. The emerging industrial age had not yet fully displaced traditional beliefs in spirits and supernatural phenomena, creating a cultural context where ghost sightings could be both feared and believed by educated, rational people. Hammersmith itself was a peculiar setting for such events. Located several miles west of central London, it occupied a strange middle ground between urban and rural life. The area was connected to the city by the Great West Road, but much of it still consisted of fields, commons, and scattered villages. This liminal character between civilization and wilderness made it the perfect breeding ground for supernatural fears. Residents often had to travel dark, poorly lit roads at night, passing through areas that felt isolated despite their proximity to one of the world's largest cities. The first reported sighting occurred in late November 1804, when a local woman claimed to have encountered a tall, white figure while walking home from visiting friends. She described the apparition as being dressed in white robes or a shroud, standing silently by the churchyard of St. Paul's Church. The figure, she claimed, made no sound but seemed to watch her as she hurried past. When she looked back, it had vanished. The woman, whose name was recorded as Mrs. Millwood, was known as a respectable member of the community, not given to flights of fancy or dramatic storytelling. Under normal circumstances, this single account might have been dismissed or quickly forgotten. However, Mrs. Millwood's sighting occurred during a period of heightened anxiety in the area. The Napoleonic Wars were raging across Europe, creating a general atmosphere of uncertainty and fear. Locally, there had been a recent increase in petty crime and vagrancy, making residents more suspicious and fearful of strangers. Economic pressures were mounting as well, with many families struggling to make ends meet. These underlying tensions created fertile ground for supernatural fears to take root and flourish. Within days of the first report, additional sightings began to emerge. A night watchman claimed to have seen the same white figure near Hammersmith Bridge, standing motionless for several minutes before disappearing into the darkness. A group of late-evening travelers reported encountering a tall, pale figure that seemed to float rather than walk, following them for nearly a quarter mile before vanishing when they reached a well-lit inn. What made these accounts particularly disturbing was their consistency. Multiple witnesses, many of whom had not spoken to each other, described remarkably similar phenomena. A tall figure dressed in white, appearing primarily at night in the area around Hammersmith Church and its surrounding lanes. The figure was described as silent, moving in an unnatural manner, and having an unsettling presence that filled observers with dread. News of the ghost sighting spread rapidly through the local community. In an era before mass media, information traveled through personal networks, conversations at markets, discussions in taverns, gossip shared among neighbors. Each retelling of the ghost stories added new details and amplified the sense of threat. The phantom became not just a curiosity but a genuine danger to be feared and avoided. The impact on daily life was immediate and dramatic. Hammersmith residents began altering their routines to avoid encountering the ghost. People who normally traveled alone at night began insisting on companions. Local tavern keepers reported that their establishments emptied much earlier than usual, as patrons refused to venture out after dark. Women, in particular, became reluctant to leave their homes during evening hours, even for essential errands. The economic effects were significant as well. Local businesses that depended on evening trade suffered as customers stayed home after sunset. Delivery services began refusing to operate in certain areas after dark, claiming their workers were too frightened to travel the affected routes. Even the local mail service was disrupted, as postal workers reported being too terrified to complete their rounds in areas where the ghost had been sighted. As December progressed, the frequency and intensity of reported sightings increased dramatically. What started as occasional encounters became nightly occurrences, with multiple witnesses claiming to see the ghost on the same evening. The phantom's territory seemed to expand as well, with sightings reported across a wider area of Hammersmith and into neighboring parishes. The local church authorities found themselves in a difficult position. Reverend Thomas Lewis of St. Paul's Church was besieged by parishioners seeking explanation and reassurance. Some demanded that he perform an exorcism or blessing to rid the area of the supernatural presence. Others questioned whether recent burials had been conducted properly, wondering if the ghost might be a restless spirit seeking proper Christian burial. The civil authorities were equally perplexed. The local magistrates received numerous complaints from residents demanding action against the ghost, though what exactly they expected the law to do about a supernatural entity remained unclear. Some suggested posting additional watchmen in the affected areas, while others proposed organizing group patrols to investigate the sightings more systematically. It was around this time that the first organized ghost hunting expeditions began to form. Groups of men, armed with clubs, lanterns, and in some cases firearms, started patrolling the areas where sightings had been reported. These amateur investigators were motivated by a mixture of genuine curiosity, community spirit, and perhaps a desire for the fame that would come with solving the mystery. However, their presence on the dark streets of Hammersmith added another layer of danger to an already tense situation. The ghost hunters were not a unified group, but rather multiple independent parties, often unaware of each other's activities. This lack of coordination would prove fatally problematic. On the foggy night of January 3rd, 1805, one of these hunting parties encountered what they believed to be the Hammersmith ghost near Black Lion Lane. In the darkness and confusion, 29-year-old Francis Smith, a customs officer and member of one hunting party, shot and killed what he took to be the phantom. The victim was Thomas Millwood, a bricklayer returning home from work. Millwood had been wearing white work clothes, which in the dim light and fog had given him the ghostly appearance that cost him his life. The tragic irony was that Millwood was the husband of the same Mrs. Millwood who had reported the very first ghost sighting. The woman whose encounter had helped spark the entire panic had lost her husband to the fear she had inadvertently helped create. Francis Smith was immediately arrested and charged with murder. His trial became a sensation, not just locally but throughout England. The case raised unprecedented legal questions about the role of mass hysteria in criminal responsibility. Smith's defense argued that he had acted reasonably given the circumstances, that any rational person would have believed they were confronting a supernatural threat rather than an innocent human being. The trial proceedings revealed the full extent of the panic that had gripped Hammersmith. Witness after witness testified about the terror that had consumed the community, the nightly sightings, the changes in behavior that had affected virtually every resident. The court heard how fear of the ghost had become so pervasive that it had fundamentally altered the social fabric of the area. Expert witnesses, including local clergy and medical professionals, attempted to explain the phenomenon to the court. Some suggested that the original sightings might have been genuine encounters with a disturbed individual who was deliberately frightening people. Others proposed that mass suggestion and fear had created a situation where normal objects and people were being misperceived as supernatural threats. The prosecution argued that, regardless of the circumstances, Smith had killed an innocent man and must face the consequences. They contended that the existence of ghost stories, no matter how widely believed, could not justify taking another person's life. The case became a test of whether mass hysteria could serve as a legal defense for homicide. The trial judge, Lord Chief Justice Ellenborough, found himself grappling with questions that had never before been addressed in English law. How should the legal system respond when an entire community's shared delusion leads to violence? Could mass hysteria constitute a form of temporary insanity that might mitigate criminal responsibility? The precedent set by this case would influence legal thinking about collective behavior and individual responsibility for decades to come. The jury's deliberation was lengthy and difficult. They clearly sympathized with Smith, recognizing that he had genuinely believed he was protecting his community from a supernatural threat. However, they also recognized that Thomas Millwood was an innocent victim whose death could not be justified by his killer's mistaken beliefs. In the end, they found Smith guilty of manslaughter rather than murder, acknowledging the extraordinary circumstances while still holding him accountable for the death he had caused. Smith was sentenced to 1 year in prison, a relatively lenient punishment that reflected the court's recognition of the unusual circumstances surrounding the case. However, the legal precedent established by the trial was significant. It established that mass hysteria, while it might explain criminal behavior, could not excuse it entirely. Individuals remained responsible for their actions even when those actions were influenced by collective delusions. The aftermath of the trial had a profound impact on the Hammersmith community. The death of Thomas Millwood and the conviction of Francis Smith forced residents to confront the consequences of their collective fear. Many began to question whether the ghost sightings had been real or whether they had been caught up in a shared delusion that had spiraled out of control. Interestingly, reports of ghost sightings in Hammersmith virtually ceased after Millwood's death and Smith's trial. Some attributed this to the ghost finally being laid to rest, perhaps satisfied that its presence had been acknowledged. Others suggested that the tragedy had broken the psychological spell that had gripped the community, forcing people to see their fears more rationally. Modern psychological analysis of the Hammersmith ghost incident reveals classic patterns of mass hysteria. The phenomenon began with an ambiguous stimulus, Mrs. Millwood's initial sighting, that was interpreted through the lens of existing cultural beliefs about ghosts and supernatural phenomena. The fear spread through social networks, with each retelling amplifying the threat and adding new details that made the ghost seem more real and more dangerous. The role of suggestion in the spread of the hysteria was crucial. Once the idea of a ghost was planted in the community's collective consciousness, ordinary events were reinterpreted through this supernatural framework. A person walking alone at night, shadows cast by trees, even the movement of fog could all be perceived as evidence of the ghost's presence. The expectation of encountering something supernatural made people more likely to interpret ambiguous stimuli as confirming their fears. The social dynamics of early 19th century England also contributed to the hysteria's spread and intensity. Communities were tightly knit, with most residents knowing each other personally. This created rapid and efficient networks for spreading information, including frightening stories. At the same time, the limited availability of alternative explanations or authoritative sources of information meant that supernatural interpretations could gain credibility more easily than they might in a more scientifically informed society. The gender dynamics of the panic are also worth noting. While both men and women reported ghost sightings, women were more likely to alter their behavior significantly in response to the threat. This reflected the social realities of the time, when women's mobility was already more restricted and when they were considered more vulnerable to various forms of danger. The ghost panic provided a socially acceptable reason for women to avoid traveling alone at night, even in situations where they might normally have done so. The formation of the ghost hunting parties reveals another interesting aspect of the hysteria. These groups represented an attempt by the community to regain control over a situation that had made them feel powerless and vulnerable. By actively seeking out the ghost, these men were trying to transform themselves from victims of supernatural persecution into heroes protecting their community. Unfortunately, this transformation from passive fear to active hunting created new dangers, as the tragic death of Thomas Millwood demonstrated. The role of alcohol in the incident cannot be overlooked either. Many of the ghost sightings occurred late at night in the vicinity of local taverns. While this might suggest that intoxication played a role in some of the supernatural encounters, it's also important to note that taverns were social centers where stories and fears were shared and amplified. The combination of alcohol, darkness, existing fears, and social reinforcement created ideal conditions for misperceiving ordinary phenomena as supernatural threats. The Hammersmith Ghost Panic also demonstrates how mass hysteria can create its own reality. While there may never have been an actual ghost, the belief in its existence had real consequences that affected the entire community. People changed their behavior, businesses suffered losses, social relationships were strained, and ultimately a man died. The ghost may have been imaginary, but its effects were entirely real. The incident provides valuable insights into the psychology of fear and how it spreads through communities. Fear is not just an individual emotion but a social phenomenon that can be transmitted from person to person through various mechanisms: storytelling, behavioral changes, emotional contagion, and social reinforcement. Once established in a community, fear can become self-perpetuating, with each new incident or rumor adding to the collective anxiety. The case also illustrates the importance of authority figures in either containing or amplifying mass hysteria. In Hammersmith, the lack of clear, credible leadership that could provide alternative explanations or reassurance allowed the supernatural interpretation to flourish unchallenged. Church authorities were caught between their religious beliefs and their desire to calm their parishioners, while civil authorities lacked the conceptual framework to understand or address mass psychological phenomena. The long-term effects of the Hammersmith ghost incident extended far beyond the immediate community. The case became famous throughout England and influenced how similar phenomena were understood and handled in subsequent decades. It contributed to growing awareness of mass psychology and the power of suggestion, concepts that would later be formalized in the emerging field of social psychology. The incident also had lasting effects on how ghost stories were perceived in British culture. While supernatural beliefs remained common throughout the 19th century, the Hammersmith case served as a cautionary tale about the dangers of taking such beliefs too seriously. It helped establish a more skeptical approach to ghost stories, viewing them as entertainment rather than literal truth. Perhaps most significantly, the Hammersmith Ghost Panic demonstrates how quickly and completely mass hysteria can transform a community. Within a matter of weeks, a quiet suburban area was turned into a place of fear and suspicion, where neighbors viewed each other with distrust and ordinary activities became fraught with danger. The transformation was so complete that it ultimately led to violence and death, showing the very real consequences that collective delusions can have. The story of the Hammersmith ghost remains relevant today as we continue to grapple with how information spreads through communities and how collective fears can shape behavior. In our modern world of instant communication and social media, the mechanisms for spreading fear and misinformation are even more powerful than they were in 1804. The lessons learned from this historical case about the importance of critical thinking, authoritative leadership, and social responsibility remain as important today as they were over 2 centuries ago. The ghost that terrorized Hammersmith may never have existed, but the panic it created reveals profound truths about human nature, community dynamics, and the power of shared beliefs to shape reality. It reminds us that sometimes the most dangerous phantoms are not supernatural entities, but the fears we create and share with one another. In the sweltering heat of May 2001, the streets of Delhi fell silent after dark. Windows were bolted shut, children were kept indoors, and grown men armed themselves with sticks and stones before venturing outside. The reason for this terror wasn't war, disease, or natural disaster. It was something far stranger, something that defied explanation and gripped an entire city in the throes of mass hysteria. They called it the Monkey Man, and for weeks, this mysterious creature haunted the dreams and darkened alleyways of India's capital. What started as scattered reports from the poorest neighborhoods quickly spiraled into citywide panic. Witnesses described a creature that seemed to blend human and animal characteristics, something that moved with inhuman speed and struck without warning. But was the monkey man real, or was Delhi experiencing one of the most documented cases of mass hysteria in modern history? The truth, as you'll discover, is far more complex than anyone could have imagined. The first reports emerged from the narrow, crowded streets of East Delhi in early May 2001. Residents of Ghaziabad, a working-class area where families lived in cramped quarters and neighbors knew each other's daily routines, began whispering about strange attacks during the night. The victims all told similar stories. They would be sleeping on their rooftops, a common practice during Delhi's brutal summer months, when something would leap onto them from the darkness. The creature, they said, was about 4 feet tall, covered in thick, dark hair, with glowing red eyes and long, sharp claws. It moved like a monkey but had the intelligence of something more sinister. Some described it as having a metal helmet or some kind of protective headgear. Others claimed it could leap incredible distances, from building to building, disappearing into the night before anyone could get a clear look. At first, the police dismissed these reports as isolated incidents, perhaps the work of a disturbed individual or simple cases of nightmares brought on by the oppressive heat. Delhi in May is a furnace, with temperatures soaring above 40 degrees Celsius. The combination of heat, overcrowding, and poor ventilation in the slums could easily lead to restless sleep and vivid dreams. But as the reports multiplied, spreading from East Delhi to other parts of the city, it became clear that something unusual was happening. The victims weren't just claiming to have seen the creature, they bore physical evidence of attacks. Scratch marks, bite wounds, and bruises covered their bodies. Some had been clawed so severely they required medical attention. Hospital records from that period show a steady stream of patients arriving with similar injuries, all claiming to have been attacked by the same impossible creature. What made the situation even more perplexing was the consistency of the descriptions. Despite coming from different neighborhoods, different socioeconomic backgrounds, and different age groups, the witnesses all described remarkably similar encounters. The creature was always the same size, always moved in the same peculiar way, and always seemed to target people who were alone and vulnerable. As news of the attack spread through Delhi's dense network of neighborhoods, fear began to take hold. In a city where oral communication often travels faster than official news, stories of the monkey man grew more elaborate with each retelling. Some claimed it could speak, others said it had superhuman strength. There were reports that it was targeting women and children specifically, though male victims also came forward with their own terrifying encounters. The media, sensing a story that would capture public attention, began covering the monkey man incidents with increasing frequency. Local newspapers ran headlines about the mysterious creature, television news programs featured interviews with victims, and radio stations took calls from frightened residents sharing their own sightings. Each news report seemed to fuel more panic, and with each passing day, more people came forward claiming to have encountered the creature. By mid-May, the situation had escalated beyond anyone's expectations. Entire neighborhoods were organizing vigilante groups, patrolling the streets with flashlights, sticks, and homemade weapons. Residents refused to sleep on their rooftops, despite the suffocating heat indoors. Children were kept inside after sunset, and many adults were afraid to venture out alone after dark. The police found themselves in an impossible situation. They had dozens of reported attacks, physical evidence in the form of injuries, and thousands of terrified citizens demanding protection from a creature that seemed to exist only in the shadows. Patrols were increased, but the monkey man always seemed to stay one step ahead of law enforcement. Officers would arrive at the scene of a reported attack only to find scratch marks, disturbed belongings, and traumatized witnesses, but never the creature itself. As the hysteria grew, so did the number of reported sightings. People began seeing the monkey man everywhere. A shadow moving across a rooftop became the creature leaping between buildings. A dog barking in the distance was interpreted as the monkey man's call. Strange noises in the night, which might normally be attributed to cats, rats, or settling buildings, were now evidence of the creature's presence. The psychology of mass hysteria began to take hold. In crowded, stressed communities where people already felt vulnerable to crime and poverty, the idea of an additional, supernatural threat struck a deep chord of fear. The monkey man represented something that couldn't be fought with conventional means, something that the police couldn't protect them from, something that turned their own neighborhoods into hunting grounds. One of the most disturbing aspects of the monkey man panic was how it began to affect people's behavior in dangerous ways. On the night of May 30th, 2001, a man named Harkaran Singh fell down a flight of stairs and died while fleeing what he believed was the monkey man pursuing him. Other injuries occurred as people jumped from buildings, ran into traffic, or hurt themselves while attempting to escape the creature. The situation reached a breaking point when mobs began forming to hunt the monkey man themselves. Armed with whatever weapons they could find, groups of men would roam the streets at night, chasing shadows and sometimes attacking innocent people who were mistaken for the creature. The panic had created a secondary danger, as fear-driven vigilantes posed as much of a threat to public safety as the original creature they were hunting. It was during this chaotic period that the true nature of the monkey man phenomenon began to reveal itself. Dr. Sarita Alawat, a psychiatrist who studied the incident, noted that many of the reported attacks occurred during the transition between sleep and wakefulness, a state known as hypnagogia. During this vulnerable period, the mind can create vivid hallucinations that feel completely real to the person experiencing them. The physical injuries, while real, could be explained by people scratching themselves during nightmares, falling while sleepwalking, or even inflicting wounds on themselves during moments of panic or confusion. The consistency of the descriptions might have been influenced by the constant media coverage, which had created a shared mental image of what the creature looked like. But mass hysteria explanations didn't satisfy everyone. Some investigators pointed to genuine mysteries that remained unsolved. Security cameras in several locations had captured blurry images of something moving across rooftops at night, though the footage was too unclear to identify definitively. There were reports from police officers and other credible witnesses who claimed to have seen something unusual, people who had no apparent reason to fabricate their stories. Environmental factors may have played a role in the phenomenon. Delhi in 2001 was experiencing one of the worst heat waves in recent memory. The extreme temperatures, combined with power outages that left many areas without air conditioning or fans, created conditions where people were already stressed, sleep-deprived, and more susceptible to hallucinations and panic. The dense urban environment of Delhi also contributed to the spread of the hysteria. In crowded neighborhoods where sound travels easily between buildings and privacy is limited, a single person's scream or cry for help could wake dozens of neighbors. This created a feedback loop where one person's panic could trigger fear responses in others, leading to multiple witnesses believing they had experienced the same event. Some researchers have suggested that the monkey man incident reflects deeper social anxieties in Indian society at the time. The year 2001 was a period of rapid change, with globalization bringing new pressures and uncertainties to traditional communities. The creature might have served as a manifestation of these fears, a symbol of unknown threats that could invade people's most private spaces. Religious and cultural factors also played a role in how the incident unfolded. In Hindu mythology, monkeys hold special significance as messengers and servants of the gods, particularly Hanuman, the monkey deity known for his strength and loyalty. Some people interpreted the monkey man as a supernatural being, possibly a punishment for moral failings or a sign of impending disaster. The role of the media in amplifying the hysteria cannot be understated. Television news programs ran sensationalized reports about the attacks, often showing dramatic reenactments and interviewing the most frightened victims. Newspapers published graphic descriptions of the creature and its alleged crimes. This constant coverage created a feedback loop where media attention generated more reports, which in turn generated more media attention. Local politicians also contributed to the hysteria by taking the reports seriously and promising government action to capture the creature. When authority figures validate the reality of a threat, it becomes much easier for people to believe that threat is real. The Delhi government offered a reward for information leading to the capture of the monkey man, effectively confirming in many people's minds that the creature existed. As June arrived and temperatures began to drop slightly, the number of reported monkey man sightings started to decrease. The media moved on to other stories. The police reduced their patrols, and people slowly began returning to their normal routines. The creature that had terrorized Delhi for weeks seemed to vanish as suddenly as it had appeared. But the psychological impact of the monkey man incident lasted much longer. Many residents of affected neighborhoods continued to feel unsafe in their own homes for months afterward. Children who had been kept indoors during the panic struggled with ongoing fears of the dark. Some families moved to different areas of the city, unable to shake the memory of those terrifying weeks. Medical professionals who treated victims during the incident noted long-term effects that extended far beyond the original attacks. Many people developed chronic anxiety, sleep disorders, and panic attacks. The trauma of believing you've been attacked by a supernatural creature, regardless of the reality of that belief, can have lasting psychological consequences. The investigation into the monkey man incidents continued for months after the panic subsided. Police interviewed hundreds of witnesses, examined physical evidence, and followed up on numerous tips and sightings. They never found definitive proof that the creature existed, but they also couldn't completely explain all of the reported incidents. Some cases remained particularly puzzling. There were attacks that occurred in secured buildings where it seemed impossible for an intruder to have entered and escaped without being detected. Witnesses included police officers, security guards, and other trained observers who insisted they had seen something that couldn't be easily dismissed as hallucination or hysteria. One theory that gained traction among investigators was that the original incidents might have involved a real person, possibly someone with a mental illness or someone deliberately trying to terrorize the community. This individual might have been responsible for the first few attacks, while subsequent incidents were the result of hysteria, copycat attacks, or misidentification of normal events. The monkey man of Delhi has become a case study in mass hysteria, studied by psychologists, sociologists, and anthropologists around the world. It demonstrates how quickly fear can spread through a community, how media coverage can amplify panic, and how social and environmental factors can create conditions where rational thinking gives way to collective delusion. But it also raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of reality and perception. If hundreds of people all report similar experiences, can we simply dismiss their accounts as hysteria? What about the physical evidence, the injuries, the security camera footage, and the testimony of credible witnesses? The line between mass hysteria and genuine mystery may be thinner than we'd like to believe. The incident also highlights the complex relationship between urban stress and psychological phenomena. Delhi in 2001 was a city under pressure, dealing with overcrowding, poverty, heat, and the rapid pace of social change. In such environments, the collective unconscious may be more susceptible to eruptions of shared fear and fantasy. Today, more than 2 decades later, the monkey man of Delhi remains one of the most well-documented cases of mass hysteria in the modern era. The incident serves as a reminder of how quickly the rational world we think we inhabit can give way to something far stranger and more unpredictable. In the end, whether the monkey man was real or imagined may be less important than what the incident reveals about the human psyche and our collective capacity for both fear and wonder. The streets of Delhi are calm now, the panic long forgotten by most residents. But on hot summer nights, when the air is still and shadows seem to move on their own, some people still lock their doors a little tighter and avoid sleeping under the open sky. The monkey man may be gone, but the questions it raised about the nature of reality, community, and the power of collective belief continue to haunt those who lived through those strange and terrifying weeks. On a clear, cloudless day in March 1876, something impossible happened in the quiet farming community of Olympia Springs, Kentucky. Mrs. Allen Crouch was standing in her backyard, stirring a pot of soap over an open fire, when chunks of fresh meat began falling from the sky. For several minutes, pieces of what appeared to be beef or mutton rained down over an area roughly 100 yards long and 50 yards wide, covering her yard and the surrounding fields with a carpet of mysterious flesh. This wasn't a gentle sprinkling or a few scattered pieces. Witnesses described a substantial shower of meat, with chunks ranging from the size of large snowflakes to pieces as big as a human hand. The meat appeared fresh, with some witnesses claiming it looked good enough to eat, though the circumstances of its arrival made that prospect somewhat less than appetizing. What had caused this bizarre precipitation, and where had so much meat come from on a day when no clouds darkened the Kentucky sky? The incident at Olympia Springs would become known as the Kentucky Meat Shower, one of the most documented and perplexing anomalous weather events in American history. Unlike many unexplained phenomena that rely on second-hand accounts or dubious testimony, the meat shower had multiple credible witnesses, physical evidence, and even scientific analysis. Yet more than a century later, the mystery remains unsolved, defying all conventional explanations for how organic matter could simply fall from an empty sky. Mrs. Crouch, a practical farm woman who had seen her share of unusual weather in rural Kentucky, knew immediately that what was happening was beyond ordinary experience. As the first chunks of meat struck the ground around her, she called out to her husband and neighbors, who came running to witness the extraordinary sight. Together, they watched in amazement as the shower continued for several minutes, depositing what they estimated to be several pounds of fresh meat across the property. The meat itself was unlike anything they had seen before. Some pieces were dark red, resembling beef or venison, while others were lighter in color, more like mutton or pork. The texture varied as well, with some chunks appearing to be muscle tissue, while others seemed more like organ meat or fat. Most peculiar of all, the meat showed no signs of decomposition despite its impossible journey through the atmosphere. Word of the meat shower spread quickly through the small community, and soon curious neighbors were arriving at the Crouch property to see the evidence for themselves. Many collected samples of the mysterious meat, examining it closely and speculating about its origin. Some brave souls even tasted small pieces, reporting that it had the flavor and texture of either beef or mutton, though they couldn't be certain which. The local newspaper, the Bath County News, sent a reporter to investigate the incident. The resulting article, published on March 9, 1876, provided one of the first detailed accounts of the meat shower and helped spread news of the bizarre event beyond the local community. The reporter interviewed multiple witnesses and examined the physical evidence, confirming that something extraordinary had indeed occurred at the Crouch farm. As word of the Kentucky meat shower spread, it attracted the attention of scientists and researchers from across the country. The incident occurred during a period when American science was becoming more systematic and rigorous, and many were eager to apply scientific methods to explain unusual phenomena. Several experts requested samples of the meat for analysis, hoping to determine its origin and composition. One of the most thorough investigations was conducted by Dr. A. Mead Edwards, a professor at Newark Scientific Association. Edwards obtained several pieces of the meat and subjected them to microscopic examination. His analysis revealed that the samples contained various types of tissue, including what appeared to be lung tissue, muscle fibers, and cartilage. The diversity of tissue types suggested that the meat had come from multiple animals or multiple parts of the same animal. Another scientific examination was performed by Leopold Brandes, a chemist who confirmed that the substance was indeed fresh meat, though he was unable to determine the specific type of animal it had come from. The fact that multiple scientific analyses confirmed the organic nature of the material eliminated any possibility that the incident was a hoax involving artificial substances or inorganic matter. The timing of the meat shower added to its mystery. March 3, 1876, was described by all witnesses as a perfectly clear day with no visible clouds in the sky. There had been no storms in the area, no unusual weather patterns, and no apparent atmospheric disturbances that might explain how organic matter could have been lifted into the air and transported to the Crouch farm. The meat appeared to fall from an empty sky, defying all conventional understanding of meteorology and physics. Various theories emerged to explain the Kentucky meat shower, each attempting to provide a rational explanation for what seemed to be an impossible event. One of the earliest hypotheses suggested that the meat had been lifted into the atmosphere by a waterspout or tornado that had struck a butcher shop or slaughterhouse in a distant location. Theoretically, such a weather phenomenon could have carried the meat high into the air and deposited it miles away at the Crouch farm. However, this theory faced several significant problems. First, there were no reports of waterspouts or tornadoes anywhere in the region on March 3rd, or in the days preceding the meat shower. Second, the meat appeared fresh and showed no signs of having been subjected to the violent forces that would be present in such a weather event. Third, the distribution pattern of the meat was too neat and confined to match what would be expected from a tornado's chaotic dispersal pattern. Another theory proposed that the meat had been dropped by a flock of migrating birds who had been carrying it as food for their young. Some species of large birds, such as vultures or eagles, are known to carry substantial pieces of carrion over long distances. If a large flock of such birds had been startled or attacked while carrying meat, they might have simultaneously dropped their burdens, creating the appearance of meat falling from the sky. This explanation seemed more plausible than the tornado theory, as it didn't require extraordinary weather phenomena and could account for the relatively fresh condition of the meat. Birds regularly transport organic matter through the air, and there were certainly large birds of prey in the Kentucky area that would be capable of carrying substantial pieces of meat. However, witnesses to the meat shower reported no unusual bird activity in the area, and the quantity of meat seemed far too large to have been carried by even a substantial flock of birds. A more gruesome theory suggested that the meat might have been regurgitated by a flock of buzzards flying overhead. Turkey vultures and other scavenging birds are known to regurgitate partially digested food when threatened or stressed, a defensive mechanism that allows them to lighten their load for faster escape. If a large flock of vultures had been startled while flying over the Crouch property, they might have simultaneously expelled the contents of their stomachs, creating a shower of partially digested meat. This vulture regurgitation theory gained significant support among scientists and researchers, as it provided a mechanism that didn't require extraordinary weather phenomena or impossible physics. Vultures were common in Kentucky. They did carry and regurgitate organic matter, and the timing could account for the sudden, localized nature of the meat shower. Dr. L.D. Castenbein, who examined samples of the meat, concluded that at least some of it consisted of lung tissue from either a horse or a human infant, which could be consistent with carrion that vultures might have consumed. However, even the vulture theory had its problems. The meat that fell on the Crouch property was described as fresh and relatively undigested, not the partially decomposed material that would be expected from vulture regurgitation. Additionally, no witnesses reported seeing a large flock of vultures in the area at the time of the incident, which seems unlikely given that such a flock would have been quite visible against the clear sky. Some investigators proposed that the meat shower might have been the result of human activity rather than natural phenomena. Perhaps someone had deliberately scattered meat from an airplane or balloon, either as a prank or as part of some kind of experiment. However, this theory was anachronistic for 1876, when powered flight was still decades away, and hot air balloons were rare and highly visible. A more sinister human explanation suggested that the incident might have been related to criminal activity, perhaps the disposal of evidence from a violent crime. This theory proposed that someone had used an unusual method to scatter pieces of human or animal remains, hoping to destroy evidence by distributing it over a wide area. However, the analysis of the meat samples showed no evidence of human tissue, and the method would have been highly impractical for disposing of criminal evidence. Religious and supernatural explanations also emerged to account for the Kentucky meat shower. Some local residents interpreted the event as a divine sign or miracle, possibly related to biblical accounts of unusual substances falling from heaven. Others suggested that it might be connected to supernatural forces or unexplained phenomena that science was not yet capable of understanding. The incident occurred during a period when spiritualism and interest in paranormal phenomena were popular in American culture. The idea that meat might fall from the sky as a sign or portent fit into contemporary beliefs about the supernatural, and some people saw the event as evidence that the natural world was more mysterious and unpredictable than conventional science suggested. However, the physical evidence and scientific analysis of the meat samples argued against supernatural explanations. The meat was clearly organic, showed normal characteristics under microscopic examination, and behaved exactly as ordinary animal tissue would be expected to behave. There was nothing about its composition or properties that suggested otherworldly origins. As news of the Kentucky meat shower spread through newspapers and scientific publications, it attracted the attention of researchers interested in anomalous phenomena. The incident was documented in the Scientific American and other prestigious journals, where it was discussed alongside other unexplained events and unusual weather phenomena. The fact that respected scientific publications took the incident seriously helped establish its credibility and ensured that it would be remembered as more than just a local curiosity. The meat shower also became part of American folklore, inspiring songs, stories, and legends that spread far beyond Kentucky. The incident represented the kind of bizarre, inexplicable event that captured the public imagination during an era when the boundaries between science and mystery still seemed fluid. People were fascinated by the idea that something so ordinary as meat could arrive through such extraordinary means. In the decades following the incident, researchers continued to investigate the Kentucky meat shower, hoping that advances in scientific understanding might provide new insights into what had occurred. Meteorologists studied atmospheric conditions that might allow for the transport of organic matter over long distances. Biologists examined the behavior of scavenging birds and their feeding patterns. Chemists developed more sophisticated methods for analyzing organic tissues. Despite these advances, no definitive explanation for the meat shower has ever been established. Each proposed theory has significant weaknesses, and none can fully account for all the observed characteristics of the incident. The vulture regurgitation theory remains the most widely accepted explanation among scientists, but even its supporters acknowledge that it doesn't perfectly fit all the evidence. Modern researchers have suggested that the Kentucky meat shower might have resulted from a combination of factors rather than a single cause. Perhaps a small number of vultures did regurgitate some meat over the area, while other pieces were dropped by different birds or arrived through other mechanisms. This multifactorial explanation might account for the variety of meat types and the apparent freshness of some samples, while acknowledging the limitations of any single theory. The incident has also been examined in the context of other reported anomalous precipitation events throughout history. There have been numerous accounts of unusual substances falling from the sky, including fish, frogs, stones, and various organic materials. Some researchers have proposed that atmospheric phenomena not yet fully understood by science might be capable of transporting materials over much greater distances than previously thought possible. One modern theory suggests that the meat shower might have been caused by a rare atmospheric phenomenon known as a clear air downdraft. Under certain conditions, air masses can create powerful downward currents even in the absence of visible clouds or storms. If such a downdraft had encountered a flock of birds carrying meat at high altitude, it might have forced them to drop their loads in a concentrated area while remaining invisible to ground observers. However, meteorologists point out that clear air downdrafts strong enough to affect bird behavior would likely be detectable through other means, and would probably cause additional observable effects beyond the simple deposition of meat. The lack of any other atmospheric disturbances on March 3, 1876, makes this explanation seem unlikely. The Kentucky meat shower remains one of the most thoroughly documented anomalous events in American history. Unlike many unexplained phenomena that rely on questionable testimony or lack physical evidence, the meat shower had multiple credible witnesses, extensive scientific analysis, and abundant physical samples. The fact that it occurred in broad daylight on a clear day, witnessed by ordinary farmers with no apparent motive to fabricate such a story, adds to its credibility. Yet the incident also demonstrates the limitations of human understanding and the persistence of mystery, even in well-documented cases. Despite more than a century of investigation, analysis, and speculation, we are no closer to definitively explaining how meat came to fall from a clear Kentucky sky on that March day in 1876. The event stands as a reminder that the natural world still holds secrets that science has not yet unlocked. The story of the Kentucky meat shower has become part of American folklore, but it also serves as an important case study in anomalous phenomena and the scientific method. It shows how extraordinary claims can be investigated rigorously, while acknowledging that some mysteries may remain unsolved despite our best efforts to understand them. The incident challenges us to remain open to possibilities beyond our current understanding, while maintaining critical thinking and scientific skepticism. In the quiet farming community of Olympia Springs, little remains to mark the site where meat once fell from an empty sky. The Crouch property has changed hands multiple times, and most residents are unaware of the extraordinary event that once brought their small town to national attention. But the mystery endures, preserved in scientific journals, newspaper archives, and the collective memory of those fascinated by the unexplained. The Kentucky meat shower stands as a testament to the fact that even in our age of advanced science and technology, the world still holds surprises that can challenge our understanding of what is possible. Whether caused by birds, atmospheric phenomena, or forces we have yet to discover, the incident reminds us that mystery and wonder are never far from the surface of everyday life, waiting to fall from a clear blue sky when we least expect them. There are moments in history when entire communities become gripped by a collective fear, so powerful that it overrides logic, evidence, and common sense. The 1980s brought us one of the most devastating examples of mass hysteria in modern times. Across America, parents, teachers, and law enforcement officials became convinced that children were being subjected to horrific ritual abuse by satanic cults operating in plain sight. Daycare centers, preschools, and even family homes were viewed with suspicion, as allegations spread like wildfire through communities. What began as isolated reports soon evolved into a nationwide panic that would destroy lives, tear apart families, and send innocent people to prison for crimes that never happened. The Satanic Ritual Abuse Panic, as it came to be known, reveals something deeply unsettling about how fear can spread through society, transforming rational adults into believers of the unthinkable. But how did it all begin? And more importantly, how did so many people become convinced that satanic cults were operating a vast underground network dedicated to abusing children? The answers lie in a perfect storm of cultural anxieties, flawed investigative techniques, and the terrifying power of suggestion. The seeds of the panic were planted in the early 1980s, during a time of significant social change in America. More mothers were entering the workforce than ever before, leading to an increased reliance on daycare centers and preschools. This shift created anxiety among parents about leaving their children in the care of strangers. At the same time, the country was experiencing a religious revival, with evangelical Christianity gaining prominence and influence. Into this atmosphere of uncertainty came a series of books and media reports that claimed to expose a hidden world of satanic activity. Books like Michelle Remembers, published in 1980, told the story of a woman who claimed to have recovered memories of childhood ritual abuse. The book became a bestseller and established many of the elements that would later become central to satanic abuse allegations: elaborate rituals, animal sacrifice, underground tunnels, and the systematic torture of children. The first major case to capture national attention began in 1983 at the McMartin Preschool in Manhattan Beach, California. It started when Judy Johnson, a mother of a 2-year-old boy, contacted police with allegations that her son had been molested by Ray Buckey, a teacher at the school. Her initial complaint was relatively straightforward, but over the following weeks, her accusations became increasingly bizarre and elaborate. Johnson claimed that her son had been subjected to ritualistic abuse involving animal sacrifice, devil worship, and elaborate ceremonies. She alleged that the abuse had taken place in underground tunnels beneath the school and that multiple staff members were involved. What made these allegations particularly compelling to authorities was that Johnson seemed like a credible witness. She was a middle-class mother with no apparent reason to fabricate such serious accusations. The police response to Johnson's allegations would prove to be a catastrophic mistake that helped fuel the growing panic. Rather than conducting a careful investigation, authorities immediately assumed the allegations were credible and began searching for additional victims. They sent a letter to parents of children who attended the school, asking them to question their children about possible abuse. The letter contained leading questions and suggested specific types of abuse to ask about. Parents were encouraged to watch for signs that their children had been molested, and many began to see evidence of abuse in normal childhood behaviors. A child's reluctance to go to school, nightmares, or changes in behavior were interpreted as proof that something terrible had happened. What followed was a wave of interviews with children that would later be recognized as a textbook example of how not to question potential witnesses. The children were interviewed by Key McFarlane, a social worker who had recently attended seminars on child abuse. McFarlane used techniques that are now known to be highly suggestive and likely to produce false memories. During these interviews, children were repeatedly asked leading questions, praised when they provided details that supported the abuse allegations, and encouraged to use anatomically correct dolls to demonstrate what had supposedly happened to them. When children initially denied that any abuse had occurred, they were told that other children had already confirmed the allegations and that they would be helping their friends by telling the truth. The interview process was deeply flawed from the beginning. McFarlane and other investigators had already decided that abuse had occurred and were searching for confirmation rather than conducting an objective investigation. They used techniques that are now known to create false memories, particularly in young children who are naturally susceptible to suggestion. As the interviews continued, the children's allegations became increasingly elaborate and fantastic. They described being taken to cemeteries for ritual ceremonies, being forced to witness animal sacrifices, and being photographed naked for pornography. Some children claimed they had been taken on airplane trips to distant locations for abuse, while others described underground tunnels filled with secret rooms. The allegations were not limited to sexual abuse. Children claimed they had been forced to drink blood, eat feces, and participate in mock weddings with their abusers. They described being buried alive in coffins, witnessing the murder of bobbies, and being threatened with violence if they told anyone what had happened. What makes these allegations particularly disturbing in hindsight is how readily they were believed by adults who should have recognized their implausibility. Medical examinations of the children found no physical evidence of abuse, and despite extensive searches, no underground tunnels, animal remains, or other physical evidence was ever discovered at the school. The McMartin case quickly became a media sensation, with news outlets across the country reporting on the shocking allegations. The story had all the elements of a compelling narrative: innocent children, evil perpetrators, and a community fighting to protect its most vulnerable members. The media coverage was largely uncritical, treating the allegations as fact rather than unproven claims. As news of the McMartin case spread, similar allegations began to surface at daycare centers and preschools across the country. In many cases, the pattern was remarkably similar. A single allegation would lead to extensive interviews with children, which would then produce increasingly elaborate stories of ritual abuse. One of the most devastating cases occurred in Edenton, North Carolina, where 7 adults were accused of abusing children at the Little Rascals Day Care Center. The allegations included claims that children had been forced to participate in satanic rituals, watch animal sacrifices, and endure sexual abuse. Despite a lack of physical evidence, several of the accused were convicted and sentenced to lengthy prison terms. Similar cases emerged in communities across America, from New Jersey to California. In each instance, the pattern was remarkably consistent. Initial allegations would lead to suggestive interviews with children, which would produce increasingly fantastic stories of ritual abuse. The lack of physical evidence was explained away by claims that the perpetrators were highly sophisticated and skilled at covering their tracks. The panic was not limited to daycare centers. Families were torn apart as children accused parents, siblings, and other relatives of participating in satanic rituals. Support groups for survivors of ritual abuse emerged, often led by therapists who used controversial memory recovery techniques to help patients uncover supposedly repressed memories of abuse. These therapy sessions often involved hypnosis, guided imagery, and other techniques that are now known to be capable of creating false memories. Patients would enter therapy with relatively minor complaints, depression, anxiety, or relationship problems, only to emerge with elaborate memories of childhood ritual abuse. The therapeutic community was deeply divided over these cases. Some therapists became convinced that satanic ritual abuse was a widespread problem that had been systematically ignored by society. They developed elaborate theories about how cult members infiltrated daycare centers, schools, and other institutions to gain access to children. Other mental health professionals were more skeptical, questioning both the reliability of recovered memories and the plausibility of the allegations themselves. They pointed out that despite thousands of investigations, law enforcement had never uncovered evidence of an organized satanic network dedicated to child abuse. The controversy reached its peak in 1988 with the publication of The Courage to Heal, a book that encouraged readers to trust their instincts about possible abuse even in the absence of clear memories. The book suggested that a wide range of common problems, from depression to relationship difficulties, could be symptoms of repressed memories of childhood abuse. Meanwhile, the legal system was struggling to deal with cases that seemed to defy conventional understanding of evidence and proof. Prosecutors found themselves trying to convince juries that elaborate conspiracies had taken place, despite a complete lack of physical evidence. Defense attorneys were faced with the seemingly impossible task of proving that their clients hadn't committed acts that seemed too horrible to invent. The challenges were immense. How do you defend against allegations of participating in satanic rituals when the supposed victims are young children telling detailed, emotionally compelling stories? How do you explain the absence of physical evidence when prosecutors argue that the perpetrators were sophisticated enough to eliminate all traces of their crimes? Many of the trials became circuses, with prosecutors presenting evidence that would never be admissible in other types of cases. Children testified via closed-circuit television, anatomically correct dolls were used as evidence, and expert witnesses provided testimony about the supposed methods used by satanic cults. The conviction rate in these cases was surprisingly high, despite the lack of physical evidence. Juries seemed willing to believe that where there was smoke, there must be fire, that children wouldn't make up such detailed, horrific stories unless something terrible had really happened to them. But as the years passed, cracks began to appear in the narrative. Investigative journalists started to examine the cases more critically, questioning the interview techniques used with children and the reliability of recovered memories. Academic researchers began to study the phenomenon, conducting experiments that demonstrated how easily false memories could be implanted in both children and adults. One of the most significant developments came in 1988, when a team of researchers led by Maggie Bruck and Stephen Sesai began conducting systematic studies of children's memory and suggestibility. Their research demonstrated that young children were particularly vulnerable to leading questions, and that repeated interviews could cause them to develop detailed memories of events that had never occurred. The researchers showed that when children were interviewed using the same techniques employed in ritual abuse cases, they would often develop elaborate false memories that they believed to be true. The children weren't lying. They genuinely believed that the events they described had happened to them. At the same time, FBI investigators were conducting their own analysis of the satanic abuse phenomenon. Led by Special Agent Kenneth Lanning, the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit had been tasked with investigating claims of ritual abuse and determining whether there was evidence of organized satanic activity targeting children. Lanning's investigation was thorough and methodical. He examined hundreds of cases, interviewed law enforcement officials across the country, and analyzed the supposed evidence of satanic activity. What he found was striking. Despite thousands of investigations, there was no credible evidence of organized satanic networks abusing children. In 1992, Lanning published a report titled Investigator's Guide to Allegations of Ritual Child Abuse. The report was a devastating critique of the satanic abuse panic, methodically debunking the claims and explaining how the phenomenon had spread despite a lack of evidence. Lanning pointed out several key problems with the ritual abuse allegations. First, the stories were remarkably similar across different cases, suggesting that they might have a common source rather than representing independent events. Second, despite extensive investigations, law enforcement had never found physical evidence to support the allegations. No bodies, no photographs, no ritual sites. Third, the allegations often involved logistically impossible scenarios. Children claimed to have been taken on lengthy trips for abuse, yet parents and teachers never noticed their absence. They described elaborate underground facilities that would have required massive construction projects, yet no evidence of such construction was ever found. The FBI report was a turning point in the satanic abuse panic. It provided law enforcement officials with a scientific, evidence-based analysis that contradicted the prevailing narrative. Gradually, police departments and prosecutors began to approach new allegations with greater skepticism. But the damage had already been done. Hundreds of people had been falsely accused, dozens had been wrongly convicted, and countless families had been destroyed. The financial cost was enormous. The McMartin case alone cost taxpayers over $15 million and lasted 7 years. The human cost was even more devastating. People who had dedicated their lives to caring for children found themselves branded as monsters. Some spent years in prison for crimes they didn't commit. Others lost their careers, their savings, and their reputations defending themselves against false allegations. The children who were supposedly being protected also suffered. Many were subjected to repeated interviews, medical examinations, and court proceedings that were traumatic in their own right. Some developed genuine psychological problems as a result of being told repeatedly that they had been horribly abused. As the 1990s progressed, more and more convictions were overturned as appeals courts recognized the flawed nature of the evidence. In case after case, appellate judges found that the interview techniques used with children were so suggestive as to render their testimony unreliable. The McMartin case, which had started the entire panic, finally ended in 1990 with the acquittal of the remaining defendants. By that time, the case had become the longest and most expensive criminal trial in American history, yet it had produced no convictions. Other high-profile cases also began to unravel. The Fells Acres Day School case in Massachusetts, the We Care Nursery School case in New Jersey, and dozens of others were overturned on appeal or had charges dropped as prosecutors recognized the weakness of their evidence. The scientific community also began to weigh in more forcefully. Professional organizations issued statements questioning the reliability of recovered memories and warning against the use of suggestive therapeutic techniques. Research continued to demonstrate how easily false memories could be created, particularly in therapeutic settings. By the mid-1990s, the Satanic Ritual Abuse Panic had largely collapsed under the weight of scientific scrutiny and legal challenges. New cases became increasingly rare as law enforcement and child protection agencies adopted more rigorous investigative standards. But questions remained. How had so many intelligent, well-meaning people become convinced of something that later proved to be false? What does the panic tell us about the nature of belief, the power of suggestion, and the dangers of moral panic? Scholars who have studied the phenomenon point to several contributing factors. The 1980s were a time of rapid social change, with traditional family structures being challenged and new anxieties emerging about child safety. The feminist movement had raised awareness about the reality of child sexual abuse, which was previously an ignored problem. Into this atmosphere of heightened concern came a narrative that seemed to explain parents' worst fears. The idea that children were being systematically abused by organized networks tapped into deep-seated anxieties about modern life and the safety of children in institutional care. The media played a crucial role in spreading the panic. Sensational coverage of ritual abuse allegations, often presented without skeptical analysis, helped legitimize the claims and spread them to new communities. Television shows, books, and magazine articles all contributed to a cultural narrative that made the allegations seem credible. The therapeutic community also bears responsibility for the panic. Many therapists, convinced that they were helping survivors of terrible abuse, used techniques that actually created false memories. The good intentions of these professionals made the situation even more tragic, as they genuinely believed they were uncovering hidden truths rather than creating elaborate fantasies. The legal system's response was also problematic. Courts relaxed traditional rules of evidence in child abuse cases, allowing testimony and techniques that would never be permitted in other criminal trials. The desire to protect children from trauma led to procedures that actually made false allegations more likely. Perhaps most importantly, the panic revealed something disturbing about human psychology and the power of collective belief. Once a narrative takes hold in a community, it can become self-reinforcing, with each new allegation seeming to confirm the reality of the threat. The Satanic Ritual Abuse Panic serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of moral panic and the importance of maintaining scientific skepticism, even in the face of emotionally compelling claims. It demonstrates how good intentions can lead to terrible outcomes when combined with flawed methodology and groupthink. the legacy of the panic continues to influence how we approach allegations of child abuse today. Law enforcement agencies have developed more rigorous protocols for interviewing children, and the therapeutic community has largely abandoned the memory recovery techniques that contributed to the crisis. But the fundamental questions raised by the panic remain relevant. How do we balance the need to protect children with the requirement for reliable evidence? How do we prevent moral panics from overwhelming rational analysis? And how do we ensure that our desire to believe victims doesn't lead us to abandon critical thinking entirely? The answers to these questions are not simple, but the Satanic Ritual Abuse Panic provides important lessons about the fragility of truth and the power of collective delusion. It reminds us that even in an age of scientific advancement and rational thinking, entire communities can still be gripped by fears that have no basis in reality. In the quiet prairie town of Mattoon, Illinois, something strange was happening in the late summer of 1944. Residents were reporting mysterious attacks by an unknown assailant who seemed to appear and disappear like a ghost, leaving behind only the lingering smell of a sweet, sickening gas. The attacker became known as the Phantom Gasser, and for 2 weeks in September, this small community of 16,000 people lived in fear of a shadowy figure who could strike anywhere, anytime. What makes the Mattoon case so fascinating is not just the bizarre nature of the reported attacks, but how quickly fear spread through the community, transforming neighbors into vigilantes and turning everyday sounds into evidence of danger. The case offers a perfect example of how mass hysteria can take hold of a rational community, creating a shared delusion that feels absolutely real to those experiencing it. But was there really a gas-wielding phantom stalking the streets of Mattoon? Or did this small Illinois town fall victim to one of the most well-documented cases of mass hysteria in American history? The truth, as we'll discover, is far more complex and unsettling than a simple case of mistaken identity. The story begins on the night of September 1st, 1944, when Elaine Carney was lying in bed in her home on Grant Avenue. It was a warm evening, and she had left the bedroom window open to catch any breeze that might provide relief from the heat. Around 11:30, she was startled by a strange, sweet smell that seemed to drift through the window. Within moments, Carney began to feel ill. Her lips started to burn and tingle, and she found it difficult to move her legs. Panic set in as she realized she was becoming partially paralyzed. She tried to call out to her sister, who was sleeping in another room, but found that her voice was weak and strained. When her sister finally heard her calls and came to investigate, she too noticed the strange smell lingering in the air. The sisters were convinced that someone had pumped gas into their home through the open window, but when they looked outside, they saw no sign of an intruder. The next morning, Elaine Carney's husband returned from his job as a taxi driver. When his wife told him about the mysterious attack, he was initially skeptical. But as he walked around the outside of their house, he discovered something that changed his mind entirely. There, clearly visible in the soft earth beneath the bedroom window, were the impressions of a man's footprints. The discovery of the footprints convinced the Carney family that they had been the victims of a deliberate attack. They contacted the police, who took their report seriously and began an investigation. The story quickly spread through Mattoon's close-knit community, and by evening, everyone in town seemed to know about the mysterious gasser. What happened next would transform an isolated incident into a full-blown panic. On the night of September 5th, just 4 days after the Carney attack, 3 more families reported similar experiences. Each case followed a remarkably similar pattern. Residents detected a sweet, sickening smell, followed by symptoms of nausea, vomiting, and temporary paralysis of the legs. The Ryder family reported that someone had sprayed gas through their bedroom window while they slept. Mrs. Ryder described waking to find the room filled with a nauseating odor and feeling so weak that she could barely stand. Her husband investigated and claimed to have seen a tall figure running away from their house. Just a few blocks away, the Cords family had a similar experience. They reported being awakened by a strong chemical smell and feeling sick and dizzy. When Mr. Cords went outside to investigate, he said he saw a woman dressed in dark clothing standing near their house. When he called out to her, the figure supposedly fled into the night. The third attack that night targeted the home of Carl and Beulah Cords, who lived in a different part of town. They reported the same symptoms, the sweet smell, followed by nausea and weakness. But their case included an additional detail that would become central to the growing legend of the Phantom Gasser. Mrs. Cords claimed that as she was recovering from the attack, she saw a man standing outside her window. She described him as tall and thin, dressed in dark clothing and wearing what appeared to be a tight-fitting cap. When she screamed, the figure allegedly ran away with what she described as a peculiar, feminine gait. By September 6th, the story had caught the attention of the local newspaper, the Mattoon Journal-Gazette. The paper ran a front-page story with the headline "Anesthetic Prowler on Loose," describing the attacks and warning residents to be on guard. The article provided details about the symptoms reported by victims and included a physical description of the suspected attacker based on witness accounts. The newspaper coverage had an immediate and dramatic effect on the community. What had been isolated incidents involving a few families suddenly became a town-wide crisis. The idea that a mysterious figure was prowling the streets with some kind of chemical weapon captured the imagination and fears of Mattoon's residents. That same night, September 6th, the number of reported attacks increased dramatically. 5 more families contacted police to report encounters with the Phantom Gasser. The attacks seemed to be spreading across different neighborhoods, suggesting that the perpetrator was moving freely through the town. The symptoms reported by victims were remarkably consistent. Most described a sweet, cloying smell that reminded them of cheap perfume or flowers. This was quickly followed by nausea, vomiting, and a burning sensation in the mouth and throat. Many victims also reported temporary paralysis of their legs, making it impossible for them to walk or even stand. What made these attacks particularly frightening was that they seemed to target people in their own homes, in their bedrooms while they slept. The idea that someone could incapacitate victims through their windows while they were at their most vulnerable tapped into primal fears about safety and security. Law enforcement was taking the reports seriously and had launched a full investigation. Police Chief E.C. Cole assigned additional officers to patrol the streets at night and encouraged residents to report any suspicious activity. The state police were also called in to assist with the investigation. But despite the increased police presence, the attacks continued. On September 7th, 2 more families reported being gassed. The Phillips family claimed that someone had sprayed gas through their kitchen window while they were eating dinner. The entire family became sick and had to be treated by a local doctor. The second attack that night was perhaps the most dramatic yet. Mrs. Violet Driscoll reported that she was sitting in her living room when she noticed a strange smell coming from outside. As she went to investigate, she claimed to see a man standing near her window holding what appeared to be a small device or bottle. When Mrs. Driscoll screamed, the figure allegedly threw the device at her feet before running away. She said that a white cloth fell from the object, and when she examined it later, it gave off the same sweet smell that other victims had described. The cloth was turned over to police as evidence, but laboratory analysis failed to identify any unusual chemicals. By this point, the Phantom Gasser had become the dominant topic of conversation in Mattoon. People were afraid to leave their windows open at night, and many families were taking turns standing guard while others slept. Hardware stores reported a run on locks, bars, and other security devices as residents tried to protect their homes. The fear was not limited to potential victims. Business owners worried about the impact on the local economy, and city officials were concerned about Mattoon's reputation. The story was beginning to attract attention from newspapers in larger cities, and reporters were starting to arrive in town to cover the mysterious attacks. On September 8th, the attacks reached their peak intensity. 8 different families reported encounters with the Phantom Gasser, more than on any other single night. The incidents occurred across different parts of town, suggesting that either the attacker was remarkably mobile or there might be multiple perpetrators working together. One of the most detailed reports came from the Spann family, who claimed that the Gasser had attempted to break into their home. Mr. Spann said he was awakened by a noise outside and saw a figure trying to force open a window. When he shouted, the intruder allegedly fled, but not before spraying gas through the partially opened window. The Spann family's account was significant because it suggested that the Phantom Gasser was becoming more aggressive, attempting to enter homes rather than simply spraying gas from outside. This escalation added a new dimension to the fear gripping Mattoon. Another family, the Scotts, reported that their attacker had left behind physical evidence. They claimed to find a small bottle near their window that contained traces of an oily substance with the characteristic sweet smell. Like the cloth found by Mrs. Driscoll, the bottle was turned over to police for analysis. The sheer number of reports on September 8th overwhelmed local law enforcement. Police were racing from one reported attack to another, taking statements from victims and searching for evidence. Despite their efforts, they were unable to apprehend the Phantom Gasser or find any solid leads about his identity. The lack of progress in the investigation began to frustrate residents, and some began to take matters into their own hands. Vigilante groups formed spontaneously, with armed citizens patrolling neighborhoods and investigating suspicious activities. The atmosphere in Mattoon was becoming increasingly tense and paranoid. On September 9th, the Phantom Gasser story took a new turn when it attracted the attention of the Chicago Herald-American, a major metropolitan newspaper. The paper sent a reporter to Mattoon to investigate the story, and their coverage would bring national attention to the small Illinois town. The Chicago newspaper's coverage was sensationalistic, portraying Mattoon as a community under siege by a mysterious attacker with access to sophisticated chemical weapons. The story suggested that the Phantom Gasser might be a Nazi saboteur or a deranged chemist conducting experiments on innocent civilians. This national media attention had an immediate effect on the number of reported attacks. On the night the Chicago story was published, Mattoon police received more reports of gassing incidents than on any other night of the crisis. It seemed as though the Phantom Gasser was emboldened by the publicity and was stepping up his activities. But something strange was happening with these new reports. While the number of incidents was increasing, the quality of the witness accounts was becoming less consistent. Some people reported smelling gas but experiencing no symptoms. Others claimed to have seen the Phantom Gasser but provided descriptions that contradicted earlier witness accounts. Dr. L. E. Hurst, a local physician who had treated several of the reported victims, began to express doubts about the nature of the attacks. In interviews with reporters, he noted that while patients were genuinely experiencing symptoms, he had found no evidence of poisoning or exposure to toxic chemicals. Dr. Hurst's observations were significant because they raised questions about whether the reported symptoms might have psychological rather than chemical causes. He suggested that the power of suggestion, combined with fear and anxiety, might be producing real physical symptoms in people who believed they had been attacked. Despite the doctor's skepticism, the attacks continued to be reported. On September 10th, 3 more families claimed to have been targeted by the Phantom Gasser, but these incidents were different from the earlier reports in several important ways. First, the witnesses were less certain about what they had seen and experienced. Instead of clear, detailed accounts, they provided vague descriptions and expressed uncertainty about whether they had actually been attacked. Second, physical evidence was becoming even more scarce, with no footprints, bottles, or cloths being found. Most significantly, some of the reported attacks were beginning to contradict each other. Witnesses provided conflicting descriptions of the Phantom Gasser's appearance, clothing, and behavior. Some described a tall, thin man, while others reported seeing a shorter, stockier figure. Some said the attacker moved with a feminine gait, while others described masculine movements. These inconsistencies caught the attention of investigators, who began to question whether all of the reported attacks could be the work of a single individual. The possibility that some of the reports might be false or exaggerated began to be discussed, though not openly due to the sensitivity of the situation. On September 11th, a development occurred that would begin to shift the narrative surrounding the Phantom Gasser. Two teenage boys reported that they had encountered the mysterious attacker and had actually managed to chase him for several blocks before losing him in the darkness. The boys' account was detailed and dramatic. They claimed to have been walking home when they noticed the characteristic sweet smell in the air. Looking around, they said they saw a tall figure carrying what appeared to be a suitcase or bag. When they called out, the figure began to run and they gave chase. According to their story, they pursued the Phantom Gasser through several neighborhoods, getting close enough to see that he was wearing dark clothing and a tight-fitting cap. They claimed he was carrying some kind of equipment and moved with an unusual, almost skipping gait. The boys' report generated significant excitement in the community and among law enforcement. Finally, there were witnesses who had actually seen the Phantom Gasser up close and had attempted to apprehend him. Their accounts seemed to confirm that the attacker was real and was indeed carrying equipment that could be used to spray gas. But as investigators questioned the boys more closely, inconsistencies began to emerge in their story. Details changed between tellings, and some aspects of their account seemed implausible. The distance they claimed to have chased the figure would have required remarkable endurance, and their descriptions of the attacker's appearance conflicted with some earlier witness accounts. By September 12th, the Phantom Gasser investigation had reached a critical point. Despite 2 weeks of intensive police work, no solid evidence had been found to support the existence of a gas-wielding attacker. No fingerprints had been discovered, no chemical residue had been identified, and no witnesses had provided a clear, consistent description of the perpetrator. Commissioner of Public Safety Richard T. Piper began to express doubts about the reality of the attacks. In a statement to the press, he suggested that many of the reported incidents might be the result of hysteria and imagination rather than actual criminal activity. Piper's comments were controversial and generated angry responses from some residents who insisted that they had been genuine victims of gas attacks. The community was becoming divided between those who continued to believe in the Phantom Gasser and those who were beginning to suspect that the entire episode was a case of mass hysteria. The final reported attack occurred on September 13th, exactly 2 weeks after the initial Kearney incident. Mrs. Maxine Smith claimed that someone had sprayed gas through her bedroom window while she slept, causing her to become nauseous and weak. But her account was vague and lacking in the specific details that had characterized earlier reports. More significantly, Mrs. Smith's neighbors reported hearing and seeing nothing unusual during the time she claimed to have been attacked. This was in marked contrast to earlier incidents, where family members or neighbors had often corroborated witness accounts. After September 13th, reports of Phantom Gasser attacks ceased as suddenly as they had begun. The mysterious figure who had terrorized Mattoon for 2 weeks simply vanished, never to return. The absence of new incidents was as puzzling as the original attacks had been. In the days following the last reported attack, investigators began to piece together a different explanation for the Phantom Gasser phenomenon. Dr. Donald Johnson, a psychologist who had been following the case, suggested that Mattoon had experienced a classic example of mass hysteria. Dr. Johnson pointed out that the reported symptoms of gas exposure, nausea, weakness, and temporary paralysis were consistent with anxiety reactions that could be triggered by fear and suggestion. He noted that the symptoms typically occurred after people smelled something unusual, suggesting that psychological rather than chemical factors might be responsible. The pattern of the attacks also supported the mass hysteria theory. The incidents had begun with a single, relatively credible report, followed by increasing numbers of similar reports as fear spread through the community. The symptoms described by victims were remarkably consistent, suggesting that people were unconsciously conforming to an established pattern. Most tellingly, the attacks had ceased immediately after authorities and media began to express skepticism about their reality. This sudden cessation was more consistent with a psychological phenomenon than with the activities of a criminal who had been successfully evading capture for 2 weeks. Chemical analysis of the supposed evidence, the cloth found by Mrs. Driscoll, and the bottle discovered by the Scott family failed to reveal any toxic substances or unusual chemicals. The sweet smell that had been central to so many reports was never definitively identified, despite extensive laboratory testing. Re-examination of the physical evidence also raised questions about its authenticity. The footprints found at the Carney house, which had seemed so compelling initially, were discovered to be consistent with normal foot traffic around the property rather than evidence of an intruder. As investigators looked more closely at the timeline of events, they noticed a strong correlation between media coverage and the number of reported attacks. The incidents increased dramatically after the initial newspaper story and reached their peak when the Chicago paper provided national coverage. This pattern suggested that publicity was actually fueling the phenomenon rather than simply reporting on it. Each news story seemed to provide a template for new reports, with victims unconsciously incorporating details from earlier accounts into their own experiences. The psychological factors that contributed to the Mattoon panic were complex and multiple. The year 1944 was a time of high anxiety for many Americans. World War II was reaching its climax, and communities across the country were on edge about possible sabotage or enemy attacks on the home front. Mattoon itself was particularly susceptible to fears about chemical attacks because of its industrial base. The town was home to several chemical plants and manufacturing facilities that produced materials for the war effort. Residents were aware that their community could be a potential target for enemy saboteurs. The timing of the Phantom Gasser scare was also significant. September 1944 was a period of intense war news, with Allied forces advancing in Europe but facing fierce resistance from German defenders. Reports of new German weapons, including chemical agents, were common in the press. Into this atmosphere of wartime anxiety came a story that seemed to confirm people's worst fears. The idea that someone with access to chemical weapons was attacking innocent civilians in their homes tapped into deep-seated worries about vulnerability and security. The role of suggestion in creating and spreading the hysteria cannot be overstated. Once the initial reports established a pattern, the sweet smell, the physical symptoms, the shadowy attacker, subsequent reports naturally conformed to this template. People who might otherwise have dismissed unusual smells or minor physical discomfort interpreted them as evidence of an attack. The power of suggestion was particularly strong because the reported symptoms were ones that could easily be produced by anxiety and fear. Nausea, weakness, and breathing difficulties are common responses to stress and can feel very real to those experiencing them. Social factors also played a role in spreading the hysteria. Mattoon was a close-knit community where news traveled quickly through informal networks. Once people began talking about the attacks, the story took on a life of its own, with each retelling adding new details and increasing the sense of urgency. The response of authorities, while well-intentioned, may have inadvertently contributed to the panic. By taking the initial reports seriously and launching a full investigation, police and city officials lent credibility to the idea that a real threat existed. Their inability to find evidence or apprehend a suspect only added to the mystery and fear. Media coverage was perhaps the most important factor in transforming isolated incidents into a community-wide panic. The newspaper stories not only spread awareness of the attacks, but also provided a framework for understanding and interpreting ambiguous experiences. The Chicago Herald-American's sensationalistic coverage was particularly influential in escalating the hysteria. By suggesting that the Phantom Gasser might be a Nazi saboteur or deranged scientist, the newspaper transformed a local mystery into a matter of national security, raising the stakes and intensifying the community's fear. The investigation that followed the end of the attacks revealed several important insights about the nature of mass hysteria. Researchers found that many of the reported symptoms could be explained by normal environmental factors that had been misinterpreted in the context of fear and expectation. For example, the sweet smell that was central to so many reports could have come from a variety of sources. Mattoon was surrounded by agricultural land where farmers regularly used pesticides and fertilizers, some of which had distinctive odors. The town also had industrial facilities that occasionally released chemical odors into the air. During the time of the Phantom Gasser scare, investigators discovered that a local plant had been experimenting with new chemical processes that occasionally produced unusual smells. On several nights when attacks were reported, wind patterns could have carried these odors to residential areas where they would be noticed by people who were already on high alert. The physical symptoms reported by victims were also consistent with normal stress responses that had been amplified by fear and suggestion. When people are frightened or anxious, they often experience nausea, dizziness, and weakness. These symptoms can feel very real and frightening, especially when they occur in a context where chemical poisoning is suspected. The temporary paralysis of the legs that many victims reported was particularly interesting to researchers. This symptom is consistent with what psychologists call conversion hysteria, a condition where psychological stress manifests as physical symptoms. The paralysis was real in the sense that victims genuinely couldn't move their legs, but it was caused by psychological rather than chemical factors. Perhaps most significantly, the investigation revealed how powerfully suggestion could shape perception and memory. When people expected to smell gas and become sick, they were much more likely to interpret normal sensations as evidence of an attack. Once they believed they had been attacked, their memories of the event became fixed and detailed, even though the original experience might have been quite ambiguous. The Phantom Gasser case became a textbook example for researchers studying mass hysteria and collective behavior. It demonstrated how quickly irrational fears could spread through a community and how difficult it could be to distinguish between real threats and imagined ones. The aftermath of the Phantom Gasser scare was difficult for many Mattoon residents. Those who had reported attacks felt embarrassed and defensive when the hysteria explanation became accepted. Some continued to insist that they had been genuine victims, refusing to accept that their experiences might have been psychological rather than criminal. The community as a whole struggled with the implications of what had happened. Mattoon had gained national attention, but not in a way that residents found flattering. The town became associated with gullibility and panic rather than the strong, rational community that residents believed themselves to be. Local officials and law enforcement also faced criticism for their handling of the situation. Some argued that they should have recognized the hysteria earlier and taken steps to calm rather than inflame public fears. Others defended their response, pointing out that they had no way of knowing initially that the reports were false. The media coverage of the Phantom Gasser case raised important questions about the responsibility of newspapers and other outlets when reporting on unusual or frightening events. The sensationalistic coverage had clearly contributed to the spread of hysteria, but journalists argued that they were simply reporting what officials and witnesses were telling them. The case also highlighted the challenges that law enforcement faces when dealing with reports that might be false or exaggerated. Police had to balance their responsibility to investigate potential crimes with the need to avoid legitimizing unfounded fears. In the years that followed, the Phantom Gasser of Mattoon became a classic case study in psychology and sociology textbooks. Researchers used it to illustrate how social and psychological factors could create shared delusions that felt absolutely real to those experiencing them. The case also influenced how authorities approach similar situations. Police departments and public health officials developed protocols for recognizing and responding to potential mass hysteria events, emphasizing the importance of careful investigation and measured public communication. But the Phantom Gasser case also raises deeper questions about the nature of truth and reality in human communities. If an entire town can become convinced that something is happening when it isn't, what does that tell us about the reliability of human perception and memory? The people of Mattoon weren't lying about their experiences. They genuinely believed that they had been attacked by a mysterious figure with chemical weapons. Their symptoms were real, their fear was genuine, and their desire to protect their community was admirable. Yet the threat they were responding to existed only in their collective imagination. This paradox lies at the heart of many mass hysteria events. The experiences are real even when the causes are not. People suffer genuine distress, communities are disrupted, and resources are devoted to addressing threats that don't actually exist. The Phantom Gasser case also demonstrates how quickly and completely rational people can abandon critical thinking when faced with fear and uncertainty. Mattoon was not a community of uneducated or superstitious people. It was a typical American town filled with intelligent, responsible citizens. Yet for 2 weeks, these rational people became convinced of something that was ultimately impossible. The role of authority figures in either encouraging or discouraging mass hysteria is another important lesson from the Mattoon case. When police, doctors, and city officials treated the initial reports as credible, they lent legitimacy to the growing panic. When they later expressed skepticism, the hysteria quickly subsided. This suggests that communities look to their leaders for cues about how to interpret ambiguous or frightening situations. The response of authorities can either escalate fears or help calm them, making their role crucial in preventing the spread of mass hysteria. The Phantom Gasser of Mattoon also illustrates how modern mass communication can amplify and spread collective delusions. The newspaper coverage, particularly from outside media outlets, transformed a local incident into a regional and then national story. Each level of coverage added new elements to the narrative and increased the pressure on the community to conform to the established pattern. In our current age of social media and instant communication, the lessons of Mattoon are more relevant than ever. False information can spread faster and farther than ever before, and communities can become gripped by unfounded fears with unprecedented speed. The Phantom Gasser case reminds us of the importance of maintaining critical thinking, even in frightening situations. It shows how easily fear can override logic and how quickly communities can become trapped in cycles of escalating panic. Yet the case also demonstrates the resilience of human communities. Despite 2 weeks of fear and disruption, Mattoon ultimately recovered from the Phantom Gasser hysteria. The town learned from the experience and moved forward, older and perhaps wiser about the power of collective belief. The mystery of what really happened in Mattoon during those 2 weeks in September 1944 may never be completely solved, But the case continues to offer valuable insights into human psychology, community dynamics, and the nature of truth itself. In the end, the Phantom Gasser of Mattoon was both real and imaginary, real in its effects on the community, imaginary in its actual existence. This paradox captures something fundamental about human experience and the sometimes fragile line between perception and reality. The case serves as a reminder that even in our rational, scientific age, communities can still be gripped by fears that have no basis in fact. It shows us that the human capacity for collective delusion is as real today as it was in 1944, and that vigilance against such tendencies remains as important as ever. The Phantom Gasser may have vanished from the streets of Mattoon, but the lessons of that strange September continue to echo through our understanding of how fear spreads, how communities respond to perceived threats, and how the power of suggestion can transform imagination into what feels like reality. History is full of strange moments when entire communities believe the unbelievable, visions, panics, and fears that spread like wildfire, leaving confusion in their wake. The stories we've explored today are just a glimpse into the bizarre world of mass hysteria and collective delusions, events that challenge how we understand memory, fear, and truth itself. But the more we uncover, the more questions remain. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the psychological unknown, make sure to subscribe and check out our other long-form explorations into the strange and unexplained. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time.